It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like Shona night. Never feel how I said all night. I got a right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things we do. Stay all night. I got it right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. I got a right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line. Robin, 757-354-5517.
And you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross nights and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing the star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
drinking bottles night before my praises on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd with flashing blue red lights. I run to see the college outside.
The docile sounds of the Pie Tasters wake us up on this NFL Championship Sunday, January the 26th, 2025. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, broadcasting live from our Deep End studios in the lovely Chicks Beach section of Virginia Beach in the gorgeous, wonderful United States of America. Man, one of my favorite days of the year, Championship Sunday. I guess it's because the Patriots went to like 10 in a row, 12 in a row, whatever that ridiculous record is. Championship Sunday is always a great day for the four teams involved. Only two teams will remain after the end of the day, and we have our Super Bowl set. But this is our last doubleheader of football, and we can't wait. Kickoff now just under 7 hours away. But never fear, you know that this program can carry the workload of a full morning with just two football games involved, as we are here to break down every wagering angle on the board and the two football games. And I'm telling you, this will take 3 hours to do so. And we will do it emphatically and undeniably in an effort to line our pockets with lots of cashola. Man, I feel like it's our last chance here before the Super Bowl, which it really kind of is. We've had such a great season. We've won every week in the playoffs. We had 10 big winning weekends during the regular season. The weekends we didn't win, we pushed. And here we are looking at Championship Sunday straight in its face. I see a lot of numbers I like already. I know the crew will as well. We have a lot to get to. We'll get Dave Grande on here in just a few minutes, and we'll do our 2-hour discussion on, we're going to start things off slowly and catch up on some baseball, some NBA. We'll set the stage for that for the rest of the season, and then we'll get full on into the wagering menu, and then we'll come on back. Try to grab my man, Nick Athen from Joplin, Missouri. He's boots on the ground out there with the Kansas City Chiefs and the Chiefs Blitz. So we'll try to see what numbers he likes today. I'll at least get him to text over a few picks if we can't get him on. And then the Ant-Man, we think, and Nephew Dave in studio as well. Nephew Dave surely pulling his hair out as a Commander fan already. Shout out to my man Blades. I talked to him a little bit this morning already. He's a huge Washington fan for many, many years, as long as I've known him, 1990, 1991. So 35 years, the diehard for him. It is a big day regionally for the Commanders. Let's go ahead and cue it up. We might as well.
Hail to the Redskins, hail victory. Praise on the warpath, fight for all DC. Run or pass and score, we won a lot more. Beat 'em, swamp 'em, touch them, let the point soar. Fight on, till you have won, sons of Washington. Rock, rock, rock! Hail to the Redskins! Hail victory! Praise on the warpath! Fight for all ye see!
All right, we'll have some more fun with the Redskins music later. We'll cue Nephew Dave like he's walking down the aisle of a wrestling match. We'll play his entrance music when it comes time for him. If you don't know what this show is about, we are not your average gambling wagering show. Not that there's a million of those out there. I mean, there's quite a few. But the bulk of those that you hear will hark around the same type of narrative about, finding the best line, half points matter. Let's see. Closing line value, all those type of words you may hear. Teasers. It's funny how people don't like to bet parlays, but they like to bet teasers. And quite frankly, the style of wagering that we do with the parlay, such attack, is scrutinized by many, saying that we're stupid, we're idiots, whatever. But the simple proof in the pudding is this, and this is a real life, actual scientific experiment, is that we are able to invest $10, $20, $25. Heck, we have a free $100 play today. We're going to have to throw a $100 three-gamer out there and see what that can pay off. We'll try to build that on the show this morning as well. But we will build tickets. We will invest our minimum amounts. And if we can, say, turn – I'll use this different example. I've used the same example of $10 in the 5,000 the last couple of weeks. But let's say $20 into let's say the same $10 into $10,000, because we can do that, and we have done that. So 10 goes into 10,000, 1,000 times? So if we turn 10,000 into 10,000, we basically have 999 more times until we're facing the threat of being in the negative. Do you think that we will pull off another bet to win a decent amount of money within that time frame of 1,000 tickets? Yes, we will. We will win. We will win bets. In fact, we will win them within 50 to 100 most times, if not less. Even on your cold streaks, you can go a long time losing $10 if you can pull in a $10,000 haul. So by design, we attack these low-hanging fruit numbers. We come up with some great big plus monies, find a couple of things we like, do some round robin parlays. Hey, we hit 3 out of 5. That's a nice payday. You hit 4 out of 5, that's a great payday. We hit 5 out of 5, then it's the jackpot. And once we hit the jackpot, we can lose a lot before we win the next week. Well, regular season this year, 10 winning weekends out of the 18 in the NFL. So you do the math yourself. We've won both playoff weekends as well, and we look forward to closing out the playoff rounds pre-Super Bowl with another winning Sunday this afternoon. All right, so we have 2 games on the menu. Let's look at the lines and the weather real quick, and then we'll throw it to our man, Dave Grande, and we'll get his take on the world of sports and these 2 games today. And then it's a full-on wagering breakdown galore with the crew in studio just at about 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll get Slide and Nick Athen in that 10 o'clock hour, and we'll do a little art of building a ticket again. And we'll do a little bit of that today as we go throughout the show. We'll build tickets with you guys. If you want to tag along, you can. If not, we definitely encourage you to think for yourself and follow the same lines of thinking that we do, as it can be certainly a profitable one. All right. So the 2 games that we have today, no line movement in either, at least in the last 48 hours. Earlier in the week, the Eagles opened up as a 4-point favorite, 4.5-point favorite over the Commanders. They are now 6.5, 47.5. The Eagles, you know what? I like the Rams in the over last week, and that was the I think the Eagles covered, right? The Eagles covered the spread by half a point, right? Half a point they covered, but the game did go over. Rams were competitive, could have won it at the end of the day. So I was right in that regard. We definitely gave Washington a fighting chance before the playoffs to make a long, deep run, and here they are. They've been a very profitable team for all season long. We have not bet the Eagles a lot. The super teams that the public likes, I try to avoid those just out of simple rules of thumb in trying to not agree with the mass public. But the Eagles have been a great mass public team. The Commanders have not. They've been an underdog. If you have ridden them and not really jumped off ship, then you've paid out a nice little season for yourself with the Commanders. We'll see if they can do it again. They catch 6.5, 47.5, 40 degrees and cloudy. Wind not an issue. It'll feel like heaven up there compared to what it's felt like the last 2 weeks in this region with the sub-freezing temperatures. So almost like a Hawaiian-esque day of 40 degrees for these two teams, Commanders and Eagles, when they face each other at the link, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I've given this speech the last few weeks. Eagle fans, be nice to these Washington fans. Be nice. Don't be mean. No fights, okay? I get it. Division rivals. You're probably going to hate them more than the last two opponents you faced at home here for the playoffs. Let's just take it easy a little bit. Surely everyone's getting hammered already. 8:21 Eastern Standard Time. Must drink as much before kickoff as we possibly can. But Eagle fans, be nice to the Commander fans. We shall see what the whole crew has to say about this game throughout the morning. Buffalo and Kansas City right now with the Chiefs -1.5. No shocker there that they're the favorite, 48.5. Can someone slay the dragon and Patrick Mahomes? That's literally what it is. Do you remember that game Zelda, The Legend of Zelda, where you had to play a video game for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours till you finally got a chance to face the dragon, and then he kills you right off the bat. And then you have to play again for a long time and face him again. And maybe after the 5th or 6th time, you finally killed the dragon monster. Well, that's how it exactly feels with Patrick Mahomes and company. They've been there and done that. They are going for a three-peat. Josh Allen is the only man that we believe can beat them. He needs to put on his Superman cape and be the most competitive of quarterbacks today. There's 120 yards of passing we saw last week against the Ravens will not cut it. We liked the Bills at home last week, which they did edge by Baltimore there as an underdog at home. We were kind of wishy-washy on the Chiefs-Texans. We figured it'd be a close, kind of exciting game, and it was for the most part. The intentional safety at the end screwing the wagerers for the Chiefs. In fact, why would you do that again? I wouldn't trust the Chiefs. I mean, this is going to be a betting with the hearts day more than the head, maybe. But we need to really take a good look at Buffalo here. Josh Allen with a Super Bowl cape on to slay the dragon and Patrick Mahomes and get the Kansas City Chiefs, Taylor Swift, and all those out of our hair for the next couple of weeks. All right. If you're out there as a viewer, you can definitely text us. Our text hotline, and I have it on the screen, is 757-354-5517, 757-354-5517. Some of our regulars are already chiming in. Our man, the true Allah Butler out of New Haven, Connecticut. He likes Barkley for 2 touchdowns. Josh Allen's for 2 touchdowns. Worthy and Kelsey for a touchdown as well. You know what? True Allah, 2 touchdowns for Barkley and Josh Allen. You can make much worse bets than that today. I can tell you that. That's for sure. That doesn't sound like the worst one. I definitely have some 2 touchdown scorers. We all will. We love the 2 touchdown scorers on this show. Every angle we'll break down. Running back receive yards, quarterback rush yards, team total points, alternate totals, alternate spreads, defensive props, defensive touchdowns. Everything is on the radar for us this AM on the round robin. Also, the text hotline number is on the screen. I'll go ahead and make sure that phone is charged up. I'll get some tickets up on the screen as well. I'll do that here somewhat shortly. Bear with me a little bit, and we'll get the tickets rolling here in about 45 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Some of the tickets I already have, and then we'll build some more tickets with you guys throughout the morning as well. And we'll look to wrap things up by 11:30, 11:45, something like that on this busy NFL championship Sunday. All right, so let's go ahead and cue up our buddy from the San Francisco Bay Area. He is a senior analyst at StatFactor, the founder of MrFantasy.com himself, a columnist with Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors for many decades now. He is an NFL wagering expert, contributor to Deadspin. We will start off with a little baseball and NBA, and we will transition into NFL wagering. So without further ado, let's get on our man from Castro Valley, California, Mr. Dave Del Grande. It's been a cold January, but what's the weather doing out there? Give me a wildfire update. Kind of seems hard to get one out here on the East Coast now, but it still looks like you still have some fires going on, right? What are the fires doing?
Northern California, again, completely different world from Southern California. Northern California has been cold but sunny every day. No rain here for quite a while. Typical, our winter time, which means clear in 50s, and no fires, and nothing in Northern California. Southern California, everything's gotten quiet. Thank goodness. Everything seems to be under control. I think phase 2, starts soon, and what are the ramifications going to be, and how much of the blame are the insurance companies going to take? It's been very hard to get fire insurance in the wake of the Northern California fires. The governors had to step in and do certain things. Well, that was nothing, and those fires did hit communities, but didn't hit San Francisco or San Jose or, one of the big money communities like Los Angeles, where this big fire has done, I'm guessing 10 times the devastation in terms of, the price of the stuff that got burned down. And so that's kind of the second phase here is, okay, who was insured, who wasn't insured, how is this going to affect insurance in the future? Is it going to be even harder to get? Is it going to be easier to get? Is the governor going to step in again? Is Trump going to come in and, try to veto anything that his enemy here, Gavin Newsom, is doing? And it's just, the first part was really bad, and there was casualties and a lot of stuff that was lost. But this second part, in some ways, could get really uglier.
All right, what do you want to tackle first? You want to talk baseball? You want to talk NBA?
I'll put it in any gear you want.
Okay, let's start with the baseball. I guess the question has popped up this week with the Dodgers signing the pitcher. I mean, is too much at some point? I mean, I get it. It's good to have superstardom. It's attractive for baseball to have all these likable figures on one team to probably dominate and win another World Series. Or is this just really bad for the sport overall? Again, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and just not set up for Manfred as far as a nice competitive balance sort of thing. So you're taking the Dodgers, the juggernaut that they are, signing more players and more players.
Yeah, you wonder why they're even going to have a season based on the inequity of the talent seemingly on these teams. But baseball is not like basketball, where you can sign 3 really top players and then dominate the sport by having a bunch of guys who make the minimum salary. Football is a little like that, but as we've seen with teams like the 49ers, you can have 8 superstar players making a bunch of money, but eventually you're going to have to cover kicks with guys making minimum salary, and the bottom end of your roster is going to be weaker than the others. And so, with the Dodgers, and I'd say this in general about baseball, it used to seem to me that the team that spent the most money, was in the fast lane to winning championships. I mean, the Yankees spent the most money, the Red Sox, even the Dodgers, through the 90s, the double O's, and won a majority of the championships. And that seemed to switch, at the start of the teens, when the Giants won the 3 championships, the Cardinals were always in there. The Astros became a big time team, recent years. We've seen the Rangers win a championship. The Rays have won a championship. I mean, I'm not sure that you can effectively buy championships anymore. I was never impressed with the Dodgers lineup last year. And of course, they had great pitching, but half of it was injured. That's another big factor in baseball. Is Ohtani really going to pitch this year, or is he going to have arm problems and then not be able to pitch at all? Pitching is just such an odd, quantity these days. I don't know. I haven't given up hope for the rest of the pack. It seems bad. What I don't like about what's happened with the Dodgers is that the amount of deferred money.
That's it. That's the luxury tax and the deferred money. They got to stop. They got to stop that, right?
They have to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it just doesn't make any sense. It's just, it's like you're playing your whole, future on credit, and I don't know. It really puts them in an awkward situation where eventually, if you go to sell the team and then you look at, well, gee, our team isn't very good, and we've got to pay $200 million a year in deferred salary. So, the old Bobby Bonilla thing. The Mets are still paying Bobby Bonilla 25 years later. Well, that's going to be the way it is with the Dodgers, but not just with one guy, with a handful of guys. And is this good for baseball? It can't be. And so, but what? I mean, it's perfectly legal. I mean, I don't know that baseball can really go in there and say you can't do this. Maybe they can, but unfortunately, if you try to do something like that, you're butting heads with the rich owners of the league. And is that something you really want to do? I mean, is that good for the long-term, status of the commissioner to go in there and tell the highest revenue teams that you need to stop spending? I mean, they've tried to put they put a salary cap successfully into some sports, but they've never really been able to do it in baseball. So I wonder if they're going to be able to put these kinds of financial constraints on baseball as well. But it's just not good.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. All right. Good take. Refreshing to hear you, though. Give confidence in others potentially. Let's see here. Competitively wise on the field, I mean, you figure the Dodgers find themselves in the World Series, probably, but they'll have to go through the Mets still, maybe the Diamondbacks, since they've improved their pitching rotation, etc. So to me, the National League is probably tougher, and maybe the American League is a lot more wide open. We see like Baltimore probably regressing back. They lost Santander. They lose Corbin Burns. You had a team like Detroit make the playoffs last season. You feel like you kind of said it as well on the show last year, and I think even through the earlier parts of this year, the Astros seem to be just kind of down a notch. It seems to me the American League is a little bit wide open here. Kansas City is a decent team. They made the playoffs. I guess where I'm getting at here is your Oakland A's. They were a nice, fun team last year. Can they make a step and be competitive and somehow find themselves in a wild card?
Well, I'd love to see it happen, but
right.
I think they're light years away from that. I mean, it's still shocking to me that they've gone out and actually spent money and brought in 2 or 3 players, but they basically had a minor league roster last year, and adding 2 or 3 legitimate major leaguers and getting improved play from another handful of guys this year. I mean, I think that they got to be pointing to 2028, when they move to Vegas,
right.
And then they'll start spending big money. I think that's the most encouraging part about this, is there seems to be a willingness on their part to compete. And the owner here, especially in recent years, has never demonstrated that. And I'm not blaming him. Revenue is as bad here as in any other town, and so you can't spend money you don't have. That all makes perfect sense to me. But the fact is, for 3 years they're going to be in Sacramento, where the stadium holds 18,000 people. I don't think they're the revenue is not exactly going to reach Dodger level. So why do they think they can go out now and spend money on these players that they couldn't spend in recent years? And so does this mean, and I don't think this is a good thing necessarily, does this mean that current ownership is in it for the long run? Does this mean that ownership, once they get to Vegas and money and start printing money, that they're going to all of a sudden be big spenders? It at least opens the door for that possibility. And this is what, as an A's fan, this is what I've been rooting for is, look, get to Vegas, get the money rolling in, and then become a big time spender. Because the revenue in Vegas, we've seen this with the Raiders. The Raiders moved from here to Vegas. It went from a very average revenue producing team to in Vegas, a huge revenue team, a very popular team. If only that could translate to something more on the field. But I think in baseball, where spending money, as we've discussed with the Dodgers, is even more important than any other sport. I think that the potential for the A's to become an elite team again, I think is really good once they get to Vegas. But why they'd even try these next 3 years in a minor league park with a bunch of young talent that still needs a year or two to develop. I don't, to answer your question, I can't imagine that they could be more than a 500 team this year, but being a 500 team is that next step toward where I'd like them to be 3 years from now.
Yeah, I mean, if they get 500, that's fantastic for them, right?
Yeah, but like you said, the American League, now granted, the schedule's more balanced than it's ever been. I mean, you play every team in both leagues, so it's not like you're just playing American League West teams. But the American League is there is a path to improvement. I mean, you mentioned it. We've seen it with the Tigers. We've seen it with the Royals. Obviously, going back a couple more years, we've seen it with the Orioles. We've seen the Rays be very competitive with a very low payroll. We've seen the Rangers come from out of nowhere to win a championship. And so there's, I think that it's easier to be a 500 team in the American League than it is in the National League.
Is there any team right now at this point that you kind of have your eye on a little bit for mass improvements, or is we still too early in the game for that?
I think we're too early to think about that. To me, what's been surprising in baseball is when, I don't know how long ago this was, back when Juan Soto signed, and a month ago, 2 months ago, whenever it was, that was supposed to well, once Soto signs, then all the dominoes are going to fall. Well, from my view, there are a lot of dominoes that are still standing.
Yeah.
You know, there are a ton of free agents out there. So when are these guys going to sign with teams? And is someone going to be bold and go out there and sign a couple of these guys? It just seems that every time, about once a week, right, there's some kind of big name guy become, this is the week that the Japanese guy is going to sign. Oh, this is the week that, this guy, it's just, it's been one a week. Well, we're going to be in spring training, a month from now?
Right.
And there's, 60, 80 guys out there without a team, and 20 of them are probably impactful. And so where are they going to land? I'd like to see that before making. One of my great pet peeves in sports are the way, way, way too early rankings for next year. You see this in college football. We've seen the rankings for next year come out 30 seconds after the title game was over. Notre Dame's got 16 guys returning next year. No, they don't. They have 16 underclassmen on their roster, but 5 of them are going to the NFL. But yet you're ranking them second in the nation because you're thinking this is 20 years ago when all your juniors are coming back to be seniors. No, not true. You're losing a lot of your top players. You just don't know which ones yet. And on top of that, we lost these guys, but we went to the portal and we added 8 more guys. So it's the rosters for these teams will be so much different 3 months from now than they are now. Why are we wasting our time, trying to predict the rankings for next season? We don't even know who's on which team. But anyway, that's my, sorry to go out on a tangent there, but that's kind of my problem with baseball right now is, you make a prediction and then 3 weeks later, the Orioles, who looked like they were in bad shape because, like you said, they lost 2 key players here. Oh, guess what? They signed a pitcher and they've signed an outfielder, and now they're right back in it. Oh, geez, I predicted 3 weeks ago that they were going to be the most likely team to decline. Can I go back and erase that? Well, I just as soon not say it in the first place and wait until we have a better picture of what's going on.
Yeah, I think the Yankees did a good job with that, losing Soto. I mean, they bring in Fried. They bring in some other good players who can actually contribute to the lineup there overall. So they may not miss a beat at the end of the day. We shall see. On that list of free agents you brought up, there are a couple of them here. Alex Bregman, third baseman. He needs a team. Who do you think would be a good fit for him?
Anybody?
Yeah. Yeah. The Tigers seem like a logical answer, maybe. With Hinch, yeah.
I did an article during the playoffs last year. They said, give me your impressions of the first game of I think it was the first round series. I think there were three series going on in each league.
Right.
I want to say, I don't remember exactly how many there were. I think there were 6 teams playing. So I watched the games and I looked at, I said, who's playing third base for these 6 teams that just played today? And the list of names were, you've got to be kidding me. These guys were the starting third base. Third base used to be Mike Schmidt and Brooks Robinson,
right.
Alex Rodriguez. This used to be, third base. Yeah, we've got our 35 homer, 110 RBI guy playing third base, corner infield. This is the Brewers had like one of the Uriases playing third base, and it was like unbelievable. The guys are good teams.
Right.
And then I started looking, and it's like, wow, the quality of third baseman in baseball. I mean, it could never have been worse than last year. Anyway, my point is that Alex Bregman could probably start on 28 of the 30 teams, and I'm not even sure which two he wouldn't start on. And whose door wouldn't be open, to bring him in and then, take your third baseman, whoever that is, and move him somewhere else, move him to DH, move him to first, move him to the outfield, move him to short, whatever you have to do. I mean, look at the Dodgers. You don't think, they'd put Alex Bregman right in at third base, and then take Muncy, whoever their third baseman would be considered, and slide him to DH or move him back over to first or put him at second. We're talking about a team that's got way more talent than anybody else, and they take him in a heartbeat. So I think that I guess maybe this is why he hasn't signed, is because, geez, why sign now when a month from now 10 more teams are going to realize, oh man, this is our third baseman. Is there anybody we can go to the free agent market and get? Well, yeah, there's Bregman. Oh my goodness, let's go. Let's get in the bidding, and then his price will be higher as we get.
Right? Yeah, interesting. Do you think if the Mets were serious about signing Alonso, they would have done it by now?
That's a good question. I don't get it. I don't get what's going on there. I certainly.
You almost feel like the Dodger maneuvers are making, that they have to just to play keep up, in a way.
Well, I don't know him well enough to know that he is or isn't a guy who's all about the money. I wouldn't think he'd be that kind of player. But like I said, it makes sense for the players these days, especially with the way the Dodgers are spending money. Now it's not just the middle of the pack teams who are looking at these free agents and saying, you know what, we sign him and we win 10 more games next year, which we need to get into the playoffs. Now it's also the elite teams. I mean, anybody, the Yankees on top of that list, anybody would look at Alonso and say, you know what, if we're going to compete with the big boys, and by that we mean the Yankees and the Dodgers, we need to go out and sign a guy like this. And these are, the Orioles, the Braves, some of the other teams that you mentioned. These are all teams that probably at the end of last season thought, you know what, we're a couple injuries and a couple of player improvements away from winning a title next year. Now they look up and it's like, oh my God, we're 4 players away from competing with the Dodgers. And that, so what do? Let's try to bring in Pete Alonso. So it could be, to me, it's got to be, like I said before, why sign now when the price a month from now is going to be $10 or $20 million higher? When all said and done, I would expect him to be back with the Mets. I hope that bridge hasn't been burned yet.
Right.
Not that I'm a big Mets fan, but he seems like a nice guy. It seems like that's where he belongs. And it seems like the money will be fine. So, if I had to make a prediction, I think that he'll end up there and everything will be fine.
Okay, let's switch it to the NBA. Did you see the TNT broadcasts on Thursday night? The in-game studio with Shaq, basically defending Jimmy Butler and everything that he's been doing. Shaq thinks it's fine. If you don't want to fly with the team, don't fly with the team. If you want to play, crybaby in the corner that you're not paying me when I still have 2 years left, you're not going to give me an extension. That's fine. That's fair game. The the rest of the set was killing O'Neal. Ernie couldn't get it to commercial fast enough, I don't think. The way Barkley and Kenny were jumping all over Shaq. If you look at the social media on the TNT page, Shaq is getting barbecued over those comments by 99% of the commenters. But the whole Jimmy Butler thing with Miami, that's ugly. And Shaq defending it is kind of embarrassing to me a little bit. Your take?
Well, I mean, let's be honest why Shaq's on that show in the first place. To me, he adds very, very little.
A likable guy, little content giver.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, to me, I think I compare him to, a stuffed animal. He's a stuffed animal sitting at the end of the line. And it's just so when they show the shot of the four of them, you look at him and it's like, oh, isn't that cute? He says very little of substance. He doesn't, even express himself well when he says little of substance. Kind of the double whammy. But all right, I can understand he's one of the biggest names, in NBA history, and you put him on there, and you kind of know what you're going to get from him, which is nothing. And that's fine because at the other end of the table, you've got Charles Barkley, who, speaks enough for two people. So, but, again, back to the reality of who Shaq is on that show, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't put any weight on basically anything he says. That's not his place there. And he's, I don't know. He offers very little.
Okay.
Now, I believe it though. I didn't see that show, but I believe it when that this is a stance that he would take.
Yeah.
Because he's like, you guys are making way too much of it. Just show up and play basketball and forget about what happens off the court. And you know what? There's that may have been the way the game was 20, 30 years ago, but unfortunately that's not the way the game is now, with so many media and social media critics out there, that you might be able to handle that situation and say, I don't read the newspapers, or I don't read social media, or I don't listen to this garbage. But you know what? Every one of your teammates does. And so while it might not be affecting you, it's affecting all of them. And that's just something that I think you need to be more cognizant of these days. And be a better teammate rather than, don't worry about me. I'll show up and get my 30 points and 20 rebounds. Worry about yourself. Well, that's, not in this era.
And Ernie Johnson's way too nice. He mentioned how Butler is one of the hardest working players in the last decade or so in the NBA. And just with the bridges that he's burned alone on 3 different teams, you kind of leave yourself with a little bit of a head scratcher when he says that. What team is best suited to try to get a Jimmy Butler and deal with him and try to push themselves to the title? Is there one out there you can think of?
Well, there's a handful of them. The problem is Miami's asking price is super high, and in the middle of the season where you got to match salaries, it's just to get Jimmy Butler at $40 some odd million, you've got to send $40 million in the other direction, and yes, there are a bunch of players in the league who make 20 and 30 and 40, and you can patch a couple of these $20 million guys together and send them the other direction. But who the idea of getting Jimmy Butler is to make your team better, not to trade away 2 good players in order to get Jimmy Butler just to stay the same. Like the Lakers. Well, sure, the Lakers would love to have Jimmy Butler. Well, they're not going to get rid of LeBron or Davis to get him. And then, you don't have you got a $40 million player that you don't want, that Miami would want and take in return. And so we can give you 6 of our young players, but then, and Miami might say yes to that because they do have some good young players. But then what's the Lakers left with? They're left with kind of what we were talking about before: 3 superstar players and 7 Bronny Jameses. And so, what it takes, not that they're going to do this, but the Warriors are a team because of the amount of money that they've spent and that they put into the players that have been their core over the years. The Warriors do have these kinds of players. I mean, Andrew Wiggins is not a bad player. He's someone who makes whatever, $30 million. You could put him in a Jimmy Butler trade and Miami would say, all right, that's a nice piece for a trade. Now throw in Kuminga, and a first-round pick, and we got a deal. And so, but it takes that $30 million salary of a decent player, not a great player, but a decent player, in order for the other pieces to fall into place. And I just don't know that there are a lot of teams out there who have a $30 million legitimate NBA starter that they would be willing to trade along with their best prospect and a first-round pick to get Butler. And so this is where the problem lies, is that the Lakers don't have Andrew Wiggins' contract. They probably wish they do at this point, because there's a lot of guys. The Warriors got Draymond Green, who they would use in a trade like that. He makes almost the same amount of money as Butler. Once you match that salary, then Miami could look at your roster and say, okay, yeah, give us Kuminga, give us Podzinski, give us your first round pick, and then we'll take that salary equalizer. Well, unfortunately, they don't want Draymond Green. And a lot of teams have a Draymond Green type that makes way too much money, is way too old, that you just can't trade. And so that's the kind of guy Miami at this point has said, no, thank you. We will not take that guy. And that eliminates a lot of teams from the process. I don't know, I'm not really answering your question, but I'm just saying that it's not, in basketball, it's very, very difficult to make a trade in season for a big salary guy. There are any number of teams that could use it, because what's happening in the NBA this season is the up-and-coming teams are up, and the old-time teams, they're down.
Right.
And the old-time teams, and I'm talking about, Miami, Philadelphia, Phoenix, the Lakers, the Warriors. You could even say throw the Clippers in there. There are a lot of these teams that would like to believe that we're still in this. We still got a chance. We've got some decent veteran players. Let's get to the playoffs. We'll take our shot. If they would like, they're the ones who are thinking, man, if we could have Jimmy Butler, we'd be back up there. We'd be back up there with the Rockets. They got no playoff experience. We'd be back up there with the Grizzlies. They're a mirage. We'd be back up there with the Thunder. They're not ready to win yet. I mean, the Suns, the Lakers, they believe they can beat the Thunder if they had a Jimmy Butler. And so there are a lot of teams. And in fact, at this point, I would put Phoenix as the favorite to get Jimmy Butler, because they do have a wild card like the Warriors do, and that's
Beal.
Yes, Beal. Now the problem with Beal is his stock has gone way down.
Yeah. I feel like that's trading one problem for Miami's part for another problem.
Well, that's the thing. What seems to be happening is Miami has told Phoenix, we don't want Phoenix.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Right. But there are a handful of teams in the league that would take him, that see him as like a Jordan.
You could do a 3-way trade or something,
yeah,
right?
Three or a 4-way, right. And so they say, okay, we're going to send Beal to whatever, the Pistons.
Memphis or someone like that, yeah.
And right. And then the Pistons turn around and say, okay, yeah, we got a guy that Miami likes. We got Tobias Harris. He's
right.
Miami.
Right.
It makes a ton of money. And so that, whereas, the Warriors have Draymond Green, who nobody was interested in, and several other teams have guys like that. Phoenix at least has this Beal guy that 15 teams hate and 15 teams like. Well, that's okay. We just need to find one team that likes him. And if that makes this trade work, which I think can happen, then I would, I think that would be a big time move for Phoenix, and move them up the Western standings where, the West, in my opinion, has never been more vulnerable, never been weaker in recent years than it is this year. Now, the Thunder, is the exception to that. They look like they're a really good team, although they have no playoff experience. But, when your number 2 team is Houston, your number 3 team is Memphis, the Pacific Division is a bunch of garbage. Even Dallas, has, with Doncic and Kyrie, and are they healthy? And, there's no second team in the West. Minnesota looked like they might be this team last year. They've been terrible for the most part this year. I just think that there's, all the more fuel for a team like the Lakers or the Suns to try to go get Jimmy Butler,
right.
And then immediately stamp themselves as the chief. Well, Denver should be in there, but but with the Thunder and Denver, and now all of a sudden you become one of the top 3 teams in the West, whereas today you got no chance. So that that's where I would think he will end up eventually. I'm going to guess he's going to end up with Phoenix.
You just mentioned them, and to me, they're kind of like my forgotten team, just because of the lack of bench depth that we've talked about previously, and that's Denver. I feel like Joker, literally, after last night's highlight of him throwing a ball 3/4 court with one hand, I feel like he can single-handedly carry that team again. This is a team who can score what seems like 140 points at will now, even with that bad bench. And I get it. There's defensive scores in the playoffs. Scores get lower. But they're showing up. They're playing hard. They're putting a lot of points on the board. I feel like Denver's certainly back in the mix for me in the West.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Denver's been my pick from the get-go. I think it seemed that the last 2 years when Denver won and then Boston won and they didn't play each other,
right?
That was,
right.
That was the matchup we're waiting for. Is this going to be the year where Boston and Denver finally meet? And I thought, yes, this could very well be that year. But I think that Denver remains the top team in the West. Didn't get off to a great start, but like you said, they're doing just fine right now. The 2 things that that come to mind about Denver. Number one is I read a quote from Anthony Davis yesterday or the day before when asked about whether the Lakers should make a trade. He says, "Yes, we need a big guy." Like, huh?
Yeah,
You've got yourself and LeBron. The last thing you need is a big guy, but it's Jokic who commands that kind of respect. It's like, look, I could only battle Jokic for so long. I need to tag team with somebody. We don't want that to be LeBron. We don't want LeBron to get in foul trouble. Give me one more. Give me a big man helper who we can even play in tandem, and then I don't have to guard him all the time because I can, it's for 7 games, guarding him for 35 minutes is exhausting. And so that's the kind of respect Jokic has that the Lakers, Lakers star would say something like that. Secondly, the biggest negative about the Nuggets the last year, even going into this year, was, as you mentioned, their depth is about as bad as any in the league. And they've really made no moves to improve that depth. The only thing they did was bring in Westbrook to replace
been good.
Contavious Caldwell-Pope. Yes, and Westbrook has been very good, especially of late. Started the season, he was terrible. He wasn't starting.
Right.
Now all of a sudden it's like, wow, have you seen him working with Jokic? What a great combination. But that didn't help their depth. I mean, Caldwell-Pope was a very good player for that team because he had a role, and Westbrook has come in and taken that spot. So, I mean, they still have the core 5, with Murray and Porter and Gordon and Jokic and Westbrook. And so, but their depth has gotten better. Christian Brown is a very consistent player off of their bench. Strother has become a real weapon off of their bench, hitting 3-pointers, scoring double figures, 20 points on occasion. Peyton Watson, has become can't shoot the ball, but is someone like, the Rockets seem to have 7 of these guys. Guys who run the court, block shots, dunk the ball, nice 8th or 9th man weapon to have. They even have, DeAndre, the big guy.
DeAndre Jordan.
Jordan.
Yep.
You
forget about these guys, literally. I mean, I do.
Yeah, right. I mean, a nice, this is the kind of guy the Lakers want,
right?
To bring in.
Right, right.
He's there in case of an emergency or Jokic gets in foul trouble. So they've gotten, their depth now is at least league average, maybe even slightly better than that. And you put that with their starting lineup. Murray hasn't even played well this year. And Gordon's been injured for half the season. This team is, to me, I'd still consider them, even at this point, even as good as the Thunder has played, I'd make them a co-favorite in the West. And certainly you're going to have to beat this team in order to get to the finals. So, they're, I'm sticking with them.
It's interesting. I'm trying to Google some stuff, and I'm just trying to think of players that the Lakers could plug in. There's actually talk about this. I didn't know this. Kessler, like Walker Kessler came to mind, but it looks like the Lakers are, that's at least a thought by some other people, is that he could be traded to them potentially. But even like a Vucevic, right? From the Bulls, you figure.
Well, that's overkill. I mean, he's the Warriors are also linked to him.
Right.
The Warriors just played the Bulls this week. The Vucevic is a legitimate NBA starting center, big money guy, old guy. He's not someone you're going to bring in to accept a role coming off the bench. Just not that. He's too good a player for that. Kessler is an interesting story. The problem with Kessler is that he's on the Jazz, and the Jazz, they're not going to give him up cheaply.
Yeah, they want. They're going to want.
It's going to cost you 2 first-round picks to get him, and he's good. He'd be like a perfect addition to any team coming off the bench. A great defensive player. You don't have to worry about changing your offense, in order to suit him. He'll stand out of the way. He'll go get offensive rebounds for you, but where he's going to help you, in the games where you play Jokic or Embiid or, one of these big guys where you need reinforcements defensively off your bench. Well, he's be a perfect addition I'm sure he'd be a godsend to what Anthony Davis was talking about.
I guess Valanciunas, you could probably throw him on the list somewhere, right?
Yeah, he's more like Vucevic than
right.
certainly than Kessler is. But yeah, that to me is the more reasonable price. I can't believe the price on him would be that high, and I doubt Washington be able to get a first round pick for him. But he's someone who does make a fair amount of money. So again, you've got this. You're going to trade for him. You've got to trade equal value contract. And Washington wants younger players, which tend not to make that much money. So, what can you do? He's difficult to. I think a lot of teams would love to have him because I think he would accept the role off the bench. Excuse me. But I think the salary cap issues, the restrictions put on trades, it would be the thing that most hinders that possibility. Now he's a guy who could get a buyout after they're not able to trade him, and then he would become a very, very popular guy for teams to go after.
You don't have to get too far in depth with this, but I mean, is Washington literally one of the worst franchises in all of sports that you've seen in the last couple of decades? I mean, they're top. They got to be top 5, right?
Awfully low bar.
Yeah.
Now there have been a lot of disappointments in sports. I mean, look at the NFL. I don't know that I'd call anybody embarrassing, but there's 6 or 8 teams that haven't made the playoffs, or maybe one time in the last half decade. But it's the same kind of teams that you see every year at the bottom of the pack. Heck, you'd even throw the Raiders in there.
Right.
These days. But you see this in baseball. People
the Rockies,
throw the A's in there.
Colorado.
Right. Colorado, good one. The Nationals. Heck, the competition, coincidentally, for the Wizards would come from right across the street with the Nationals.
At least they've won a world championship. At least
Well, the point is that there's a lot of competition for that distinction.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's get to the NFL stuff. Good topics. That was we haven't talked baseball in a while, and I think that gives us a good feel for the NBA, where we're at in the dog days of games right now. It seems like any team in the NBA right now can win by 20 any given night or lose by 20. Just depends who's playing and who's not.
Well, that's the problem with the NBA, is that the commissioner's talking about doing something about all the 3-point shots, and I think that's totally misguided. And again, having watched the Warriors and Bulls play the other night, 2 teams that are under 500, 2 not good teams, and yet the way the Bulls play like Lonzo Ball's high school team. They throw the ball once, they throw the ball a second time. Whoever gets the ball second shoots it, and it's usually a 3-point shot, and they usually miss it. Although in this particular game, they were for a half anyway. They were making them all. It's a fun style. It's like an NBA All-Star game. It's like, well, geez, there was no defense played. It's entertaining. You'd rather watch the Bulls and Warriors play an 80 to 78 game, or rather see them play a 122 to 120 game. I mean, it was a fun game to watch, especially when you're making your shots. And there's a lot of bad teams in the league. We've talked about this before. And fortunately for the NBA, you've got teams like Portland and Memphis, not that they're a bad team anymore. Atlanta, not that they're a bad team anymore. They're not great either. Toronto, Brooklyn. I mean, a lot of Chicago. A lot of these bad teams are trying to make their games entertaining.
Right.
And that's a good thing.
Yep.
You take the 3-point line out of there, and oh my God, you might as well, send those teams to the G League. Nobody's going to want to watch them play. What you would call the old school basketball. Oh no, there's a reason why we don't play old school basketball anymore.
Yeah, we don't need any major rule changes. That's for sure. Like 3-point line, move back, or limited threes, or whatever the discussion is out there right now.
Right.
Don't touch it.
My point was the big thing about the NBA is because you're playing so many games. You're right. You don't know who's playing each night, and the Boston just played a back-to-back against the Clippers and the Lakers. I mean, two what you would consider to be competitive, good games, for Boston on a road trip. And they show up against the Clippers, and you look at where's Porzingis? Where's Horford? Where's, the Holiday? I mean, it's like, you've got to be kidding me. They're all resting up for tomorrow night's game, and you just don't know. And then, Boston, the Clippers catch wind of it, or in this case, Boston caught wind of that the Clippers weren't playing Harden and weren't playing Powell and weren't playing half of their roster. Like, can we postpone this game and put it, at a time when actually NBA level players are going to be playing? But that's your biggest problem. As much as the league has tried to say, you have to play your good players on the nationally televised game. Like, you've got to be kidding me. That's no solution to your problem. That just makes the game the night before worse, or the game the night after worse. Because you force feed all your star players into the nationally televised game. Well, then they ain't playing tomorrow night. And that's, they got to do something about that. They got to shorten the schedule in some way to get players to play more often.
What do you think the magic number for games is? 65?
That's got to be around 70.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of it's dictated by you want this games to fit in on the calendar. We can't start before this date. For whatever reason, we don't want to go up against the World Series or whatever it is, and we can't go past this date because this is the June sweeps, and so we have to have our save our biggest rating games for this particular week in June. So I mean, you do have that beginning and end to where the season needs to fall into, and that's fine. So just take 12 games out of there. Take 2 games a month, and that's probably all it would take. Take 2 games a month out of your schedule, and mix in. Now instead of having 15 back-to-backs each season, you're down to just 5 or 6 of them, it would just. I don't know. I just think you'd see because these players who are sitting out, they're not sitting out Tuesday night after having Monday off and with Wednesday off. They're sitting out like said about the Boston Clippers game. They're sitting out because Boston's playing the Lakers tomorrow night. So I don't know. You've got to be realistic. I mean, you understand that by cutting back from 82 to 70, you're talking about 15% of your season, 15% of your revenue gone, and the players aren't taking 15% pay cut. And so you cut back more than that, and now all of a sudden it doesn't make any financial sense. So you've got to find a middle ground there. And so that's why I say the number has to be somewhere near 70.
All right. It looks like we got Kawhi Leonard back Has he played?
Yeah, he played.
Okay, yeah. So he's back. Okay. So it won't be long before he takes a break at some point here soon. Okay. NFL coaches. It looks like a lot of the pieces have fallen to this point. It looked like Tampa Bay was going to follow the Dave Grande method and just pay the offensive coordinator to hang around. And you're good at your job, offensive coordinator. You stay right there, and we'll advance next year. But it looks like he did a little wamboozle job on his own staff there, and now he finds himself in Jacksonville. In fact, if you read the exact timeline, I'm not sure if he did or not. I kind of glanced over this morning, but it looked like he was telling Todd Bowles he's at the doctor's office with his kid. Meanwhile, he's interviewing the second go-around for Jacksonville. Let's see, your boy Pete Carroll lands with the Raiders. We have Ben Johnson to Chicago, Aaron Glenn for the Jets. I don't know, any of these wet your whistle? Who made the best move, maybe? Is it all a bunch of the same type of deal? Your impressions of the coaches kind of falling into place here.
Well, I'll tell you the one that I think is the worst of the hirings, and nothing personal, but this is something I've talked about before.
The Jets.
That the Jets.
Yeah, the defensive
bring
coordinator.
in Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
The Jets have offensive problems.
Another defensive
they
coach.
Bring in a defensive-minded coach to be their coach.
Yep.
And it doesn't work out. So what do? They get rid of him and they bring in, they promote his defensive coordinator, and things get even worse. But okay, well, at least now,
at least he was a Jet.
Season, they're hiring an offensive-minded guy.
Right.
And what do? They hire a defensive coach again. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Like I said, I don't know anything about Glenn. He might be a great head coach in the making. I don't know, but he's not the style of coach that I would have hired if I were hiring for the Jets. Now, the Bears did the opposite. The Bears went out there and got the best offensive mind that they could find, which on the surface is a good move. But as I've noted before, it's less than 50-50, the success rate of offensive coordinators with no head coaching experience becoming good head coaches. Stay in your lane, be a great offensive coordinator, and make a name for yourself, which this guy has, because now you become a head coach and now you're not good at it. And then what? You're going to go back and, tail between your legs and become an offensive coordinator again. No, so many times that these guys end up going back and coaching high school football or something. It ends their career. Be who you are. Be a great offensive coach, offensive coordinator, and still make yourself a lot of money. So that would be my negative about the Chicago move. The Raiders move is interesting, and it's because Pete Carroll's the type of coach who I think teams should be, not 72-year-old guys necessarily, but that teams should be trying to hire is that, he ain't running your offense. He ain't running your defense. He's going to turn over the controls of these things to two guys who he trusts. He needs to hire those guys and put them in position. But he's been around. He knows a lot of people. And I'm confident that he'll hire the right guys. He's good for what the Raiders need, which is a little direction. And still in keeping a defensive mentality, he's more of a defensive coach, right? But the conservative approach. We need to cut back on the penalties. We need to cut back on the turnovers, the mistakes. So I think he's a good coach for that. Now now the big issue is, they've got about as little talent skill-wise on that team as any other team. And what do? They have the 8th pick. I want to say somewhere between 6 and 8. And they need a quarterback, but what do they do if the top 2 guys are gone? And they got no running game. They got a great tight end. They got a halfway decent receiver who should be a second or third receiver on most teams. They got obviously other issues, but I guess you don't go anywhere until you have a quarterback. And so it's going to be interesting to see what they do. I mean, are they the team that takes a shot with Darnold or Cousins or Wilson if he's let go by the Steelers? Do you want to go in that direction? Unfortunately, you have a veteran coach who I think would be more likely to to go with a veteran guy like that. And I don't think that's a good move for them. But at the same time, I don't know that O'Connell is the answer either at quarterback. I don't know. They got good luck, Pete. That's all I'll say.
I mean, not only that, look at all the other coaches in that division. I mean, that's a strong coaching division right there.
You don't do much better than those 3 guys.
Right.
The three Hall of Famers, I'm pretty sure.
Right. Okay. The games last weekend, what was your biggest surprise maybe? What was the thing that you liked the most that you thought could probably happen with everything that happened last weekend in the divisional round?
Well, I thought the games were very enjoyable.
Yeah, they're good games.
Which was nice. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Obviously Washington's a surprise, but we figured they had a shot to win that game,
Yeah, we at least figured it would be entertaining. It was easy to identify that game as the most entertaining game of the week, and it was entertaining, but the other 3 surprised. It was like you could have made the case that, Houston, Kansas City, while not super exciting, was a very competitive game, a game that you watched until the end. The Eagles and the Rams, the same way. Again, not the most exciting football, a lot of running and what have you. But a real good game that could have gone either way.
Lots of twists and turns on that second half.
Yeah, and then the late game, which you would have projected to be the best game based on the quality of the teams, turned out to be the best game based on the quality of the teams. Tight game, obviously a very, very close finish. So, it's you're a football fan. I'm pretty sure you sat through the entire 240 minutes of those games because they, when could you stand up? When could you go get yourself, a beer from the refrigerator? It was these games were close. One play made the difference. Basically in every game except for the Lions game.
I must admit, I started to actually get a little sleepy there in the second half of the Buffalo Baltimore game, just because it seemed like they were the 2 heavyweights kind of still feeling each other out, punching and counter punching. And obviously Baltimore made the mistakes. And just seeing Josh Allen's stats at the end of the game, you'd be like, man, y'all won this game?
Well, but that's kind of what you expect, especially once you get
That's
to
a good
this
football
point.
team if they can win like that, though,
Yeah, well, when you get to this point of the season, and I'm talking about the championship games, you kind of expect these 2 heavyweights who've seen each other over the years, who have maybe played each other earlier in the year, that there's going to be a lot of, we can't make that first mistake, kind of approach to the game. I think Kansas City and Buffalo definitely fits into that scenario. Two teams that know each other very well. I think that'll play conservatively. The other game's different, though. Washington makes that other game different because they're not that kind of team. They're the one team out of the four who's kind of playing with the house money, and they can afford to open things up and, kind of like they did the second time around against Philly this year. Just air it out and run like crazy, and hope with what they did in the Detroit game carries over to this game. So I think we see two different kinds of games this week.
Yeah, all right, let's get into them. And I'll piggyback on that Commander thing. They like to go for it on fourth down. Obviously, the Eagles they go for it on fourth down as well. But the Commanders are not afraid in that regard. 6.5 is the line now. So this line has climbed throughout the week. 47.5 is the total. We've seen points in both of the games that they've played earlier in the season. I think the game was a bad beat to the under was the play that came out on that Thursday night game where it was flying towards the over. I think it went under barely in that second half just because Washington couldn't score. And then obviously the last time they played the game where Barkley ran a ton. The Eagles had 5 turnovers. Hurts got hurt. We were able to see a ton of points in that game as well. I think I still have the same, even though the Eagles are winning, I still have the same concerns I've had here for a few weeks. And that is, are the Eagles quite capable of getting the job done through the passing game? And I'm not so sure that they can. After A.J. Brown drops the ball by the goal line last week, that doesn't help Hurts' stats. But now you have Jalen Hurts kind of, you figure he's okay, but maybe not. Maybe that knee's a little bit more banged up than what we realize right now at this moment in time. And I get it. They don't need the passing game because they have Barkley, and Barkley's able to, I'm actually kicking myself a little bit because he was, I think, 20-1 odds for 200 yards or more. And I contemplated taking that, and I just figured, you know what, Steve, that's just a little too greedy on your part. But that's a bet I should have made at 20-1 for 200 more yards of rushing by Barkley. I get it. He can hit a home run at any time. But I like this kid at quarterback for Washington. I think he keeps them live. I think he gives them a chance. He can move the ball with his legs. He can move it through the air. Philly has the good secondary. So you might have to go down the list of options here in the receiving game. And, the Philly probably has – their offensive line's huge. I didn't realize how big they were compared to that Rams defensive line. And on the flip side, their defensive line is huge as well. So at the end of the day, that probably will be the difference when and if Philly wins this game. But yeah, I got to give Washington still more than a puncher's chance here to win this game outright. Divisional game. So these teams know each other. They're not going to go in scared. It's going to be a crazy environment. I would not want to be a Washington fan wearing a Washington jersey in that stadium on Sunday. That's for sure. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to pick. Some of this is going to be with my heart over my head, but I think I'm going to pick the Commanders here, and I think that's going to be because I trust that Washington passing game just a little bit more than I do that Eagles passing game, and the Rams easily could have won that game last week if they could have just held it together on that last drive before Stafford was sacked. So I think a good game overall, probably a close game for sure. 47.5 to me is probably too low. I got to think we got more points than that because Washington can score 24 on their own. I'm not so sure the Eagles can pass the ball to success here. Running, yes. Passing, still questionable for me. And that's the biggest question mark I have overall with both of these teams. So give me the Commanders to edge out the Eagles in a higher scoring game. I don't think this is going to be a 45-31 like it was in Detroit. Obviously, that was indoors, nice weather. But if I'm going to put a score on it here, I'll say something like 27-24. Give me Washington. All right, so what's your take?
Well, the NFL would love to see Washington make it to the Super Bowl, because you put Philly in there against either one of those other two teams, and I think it loses a little of its value. I mean, Philly Buffalo would not be a glamorous Super Bowl, I don't think.
Right.
Washington in there against either one of them, especially Washington against Kansas City, I think would be a ratings winner. I don't know. I think in both games this week, there's a weakness. And at this level, it's the worst possible weakness you can have, and that is defense. I think there's a big difference between the Philly defense and the Washington defense. And I'll save the other part, for the next game. But the same thing in that game. I just can't see how Washington's going to stop what Philadelphia is doing. And you mentioned the Philly passing game, which is not elite, but it's made a lot easier when the fact is that they're going to run the ball up the middle against you until you commit to stopping the run. And then they're going to fake the ball up the middle, and Hurts is going to run it around end until you bring guys up and take that away. And now all of a sudden, you've got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and even Goddard, who's a very good pass-catching tight end, running down the field with single coverage against, like I said, what I would consider to be a below-average defense. I just think it sets up for the possibility that they'll have some passing success in this game, based strictly on the fact that if you're concerned at all about Philly's passing game, then your priorities are wrong, because you faced Barkley twice this year, and 26 carries for 146, 29 carries for 150.
Yeah.
That was back then when he was on a nice roll. No.
He
He's
torches
on a nice
everybody
roll right now. 25 carries for 119, 26 carries for 205 in the playoffs. He is the single best weapon going in the NFL right now. And Washington hasn't stopped them either time. Even when Pickett was that quarterback most of the game last game, they still couldn't stop Barkley's running game. Philly still found a way to score 30 some odd points in that game. I don't think Washington has the defensive capability. I'm not sure a whole lot of teams do at this point to stop what Philly does offensively. Big thing is, how willing is Hurts going to be to run the ball? Like you said, is he 100%? Is he throwing caution to the wind at this point? Or it seems that he's over his injury. 7 carries for 70 yards last week. He gives them 7 carries for 70 yards this week. This game's going to be 35 to 17. I mean, I just think Philly has too many offensive weapons for Washington, and Philly's defense is elite. I mean, yes, Washington's got a very good offensive team, but Philly's a very good defensive team at the same time. And, and looking at, how did the Packers and the Rams try to attack them? Both of them did the same thing. I mean, Jacobs got 18 carries. Williams got 19 carries against them. It's like they thought you beat Philly by running the ball. But Washington doesn't play that way. And so, they can't go in with that same game plan. I don't know. I'd love to see Washington win. I hope they can hang in there. I think they're going to have to score a lot of points to do it, because I don't see them stopping Philadelphia's offense. I got to go with Philly in this one, and I think Philly, like I said, I think their offense will find a way to put up 27 or more points in this game, and then if Washington can overcome that, well, congratulations. But I don't think Washington's going
Right.
to win a low-scoring game.
Yeah, I am betting a lot more with my heart than my head, which is not a good business decision. All right, here. So, prop-wise, then, if the Eagles are going to get it done, obviously it's on the ground with Barkley and Hurts, or you're looking at some passing props here. Let's see. I got Barkley. I've never seen this, but you're right. I mean, think about it. Like what Barkley has done this season and in the playoffs. When's the last time a running back has done this much damage in a regular season and postseason?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, right. O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Barry Sanders, but they weren't really even much of a playoff team.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's remarkable. And it doesn't wear down either. He's kind of like Henry, as like, wow, this big slug, let's just endure the first half and wear him down. And then, these guys, most of Barkley's big runs occur in the second half of the game after he's worn you down. So it really is amazing.
That's remarkable.
What he's done so far. I'm trying to think of what kind of number are they going to put on him. It's got to be over 100, right?
Yeah, take a stab at it. Let's see how close you get.
Well, 108.
125.5.
And what do they put on Hurts rushing?
Hurts is at 31.5. So that's low.
Yeah,
compared to recent weeks.
Right. That to me is a far better play. Like I said, that's the thing about Washington going into this game. You know what's coming at you. This guy's going to run the ball 25 to 30 times. You've got to figure out a way to stop it. And when you do, the next thing Philly's going to do is fake it to him and send Hurts around the end. 31.5 is just 2 10-yard runs and, a couple of short scrambles and his usual quarterback sneak. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Hurts was over 31.5 by the middle of the second quarter. You have to stop their big weapon, and the only way you can do that is to force them to go to their second option. Well, their second option's a good one, and you're telling me that their second option is not going to be effective. He's only going to have 31.5 rushing yards. I think you're misgiven on that. I think that I think he'll go easily over that number.
Let's get to his alternate numbers in a minute, because this number is interesting to me as well. And you just said that Washington, you'd be hard pressed to think that they're going to win a lower scoring game. But when they were leading at halftime in that Thursday night game, the first time that they met, Brian Robinson had a huge first half. That kind of kept Philadelphia off the field. And maybe that's the way that you beat them is you keep that offense off the field. And maybe you try to make Brian Robinson Jr. your workhorse and see if he can have another successful day rushing against the Eagles. He's really low at 37.5 for his baseline. I got to think he's got to get over that, right?
And I agree with you. That first game, we're looking at his numbers in that first game, 16 carries for 63 yards. But the second time, 10 for 24. Yes, I mean, like I said, what we learned, what I learned anyway, from the first two rounds of the playoffs were that the Rams and the Packers, who you would say they're both balanced, offensive teams. They both throw the ball real well. They both have a nice running back. they decided going in that they were going to have to be successful running the ball. Total of 37 carries among Jacobs and Williams in those games, kind of tells you that they thought, like you said, the vulnerability here was in attacking Philly by running the ball. Washington had some success that first game running the ball. I won't be surprised if they come out and especially if they get the ball first or they hold Philly the first time or the first couple of times, and it's a low-scoring first quarter where you can try to establish your own identity rather than, we're already behind 10-0. What are we doing running the ball? So I could see them coming out and giving the ball to Robinson, 2 or 3 times on each of the first couple of series, try to establish a running game. And that number, yes, seems very, very low.
All right, yeah. So we got to have Robinson on the ticket. The other guy I would put on the ticket, just for what you said, if this ends up being 35-17, then I don't know how Kenneth Gainwell doesn't go over 8.5 rushing yards once they get Barkley out of there, preserve him for the Super Bowl. So I think you probably have to take a chance on Gainwell at some point on the ticket as well.
Well, I think Gainwell to me has played very. I don't know the numbers here. I'm in front of me. He's hardly played the last couple of weeks. I mean, obviously, when you're giving the ball to one guy 25 times a game, you're not giving it to another guy 10 times. You're not running the ball that much. I mean, so Gainwell, not only has he not been in the rushing game, he hasn't even been in the passing game.
Right.
In recent weeks. They're throwing the ball a lot more to Barkley than I would have expected. So I don't know. I just don't see Barkley coming off the field that much. And what are we resting him for a game that's 2 weeks from now? It's Super Bowl 2 weeks from now? Right. So I don't, and plus the fact that, thing about Washington is you could be ahead of Washington 31-14, start of the fourth quarter, but it's Washington. They've got this dynamic quarterback. They can they can put up points in a hurry. We're not taking our foot off the pedal here. We're going to keep Barkley in there and keep running the ball against you because we need at least one more touchdown. So I don't see him coming out of this game early. I do think that the door will be open for one of their receivers, to catch a touchdown pass or two. Like I said, just because you got to sell out this, eventually you got to put everything into stopping their running game. And then, you've got these two dynamic receivers who you think you can cover one-on-one. And Brown finds a way to score touchdowns, and Smith is a long gainer waiting to happen. I don't know which one you would. I mean, you would predict. I guess Brown would have the bigger game because he's more likely to score a touchdown. But I just think that helps drive Philadelphia's point total up. I can't believe they're not going over their point total in this game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do some window shopping on some numbers. I'll give you some alternates that you only have to mention. But Gainwell for 25 yards is 4-1. Brian Robinson Jr. for 70 yards is 5-1. Jalen Hurts on his alternate numbers, 50 yards is plus 280. 60 yards, 5-1. How high would you take Hurts rushing potentially?
60 yards is 5-1.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's seven rushes for 70 yards last week. I mean
9-1 if he gets 70.
I mean 5-1 at 60 is a lot better than plus 280 at 50.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's a guy. I mean, Daniels runs to the sidelines a lot. He's a smaller guy. He's done a good job of staying healthy. Hurts is not one of these guys that runs to the sidelines. He's not that he's taking on people downfield, but he cuts that ball upfield and gets you 5 extra yards when he runs the ball. And again, what's 5 extra yards? Well, on 3 separate carries, that's 25% of the way towards your to your 60-point total, all for free. So then that I find that attractive.
All right. Let's see here. Passing props. Let's just go through those real quick. Hurts is 180.5. Daniels 223.5. Hurts for over 1.5 touchdowns is plus 142.
I mean, we've talked about this before with Philly. So much of whether they're passing the ball or running the ball down by the goal line is where the previous play ends.
Right.
If they're inside the 5, they're going to run it every time.
Right.
They're down the 1 yard line. It's going to be Hurts every time. They're out by the 10. The guy who stepped out of bounds at the 8, first and goal at the 8. Okay, this is where they'll throw the ball to Brown. So it's all trying to predict that is very difficult. But I don't know. I'd rather focus on the things that, to me, the most likely things to happen are Barkley, obviously, to score a touchdown or 2. I mean, what's in for 2 touchdowns?
Let's see here. The Philly total points, just while I'm on that, is 27.5.
That's what I figured. And I like that. I don't think that's a great play because, like you said, if Washington does have some success running the ball, maybe they keep the score lower. Philly's going to run the ball, which is going to wind the clock. But in the end, this is a Commanders game, and their defense against Philly's offense that's rolling. I got to believe Philly gets to that number.
All right, minus 250 for a touchdown for Saquon, minus 130 for Hurts.
What about 2 touchdowns for Barkley?
Barkley for 2 is right at 2-1. Plus 210
nice.
now. Plus 210.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I mean, so what I like in this game is, Hurts over 31.5 rushing yards.
Right.
I mean, that's number 1. Barkley to score 2 touchdowns, Hurts to go over 60 yards, Philly over 27.5 points, and I take over the Washington things. I take Robinson over his rushing total, which you said was
37.5.
37.5. Those are my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plays in this game, led by Hurts over 31.5.
So if we were to take just 2 plays on a day, 1 from each game, Hurts would be the primary play, right?
Hurts would be my primary, my number 1 play in this game.
All right.
Yes.
So let's add up everything that you just spewed out here. Hurts for 60 yards. Saquon for 2. Hurts for over 30. We don't need to take over 31.5. We're going to take 60 to 5-1 on the ticket. So Barkley for 2 rushing, Hurts for 60 rushing, Philly team points, and Robinson over his. You want to give Robinson 50 yards a plus 190?
No, I say let's put Hurts over 31.5 on one ticket.
Yes,
and then let's put the other stuff on the B ticket. Philly over the point total, Barkley 2 TDs, Hurts over 60, and Robinson over 37.5, and then we'll
plus 102.
See what we got in the second game.
56-1 odds on those 4 things. Barkley for 2, Hurts for 60 rushing, Brian Robinson over 37.5, Eagles over 27.5 points. 56-1. That's a nice payout.
Yes, we're rolling.
We're rolling.
Halfway there.
You tipped your hat about the next game here with Kansas City and Buffalo. I get it. If you're sitting there and you're looking at the old school boxing match on HBO and they do the tail of the tape at the beginning and they give you the category and put the check mark in each category. I mean, you're hard pressed to find where Buffalo has many check marks here. Coach, you give the check mark to Kansas City. Venue, home field, you give it to Kansas City. Quarterback, you still probably give it to the Kansas City. I mean, how do you not? Mahomes has done it. Allen hasn't. Defense, as you mentioned, you give the check mark to Kansas City. Trenches, you probably give it to Kansas City. Special teams, you have the better kicker than Bass, Kansas City. So you're hard-pressed to find how Buffalo is going to win this game. But the path for them to win it, and I'm going to have to bet with my heart on this one, just because I want Buffalo to win. I just do. That's where I'm going to get burned. So we'll play some Kansas City props here. But the path for Buffalo to win this game has to be to utilize all these weapons they have across the board. I mean, it has to go from Cooper to Curtis Samuel to Shakir to Coleman to Kincaid to James Cook to Josh Allen running. It has to be a conglomerate of the whole as opposed to what they did last week. I think that's the only way you beat the Chiefs. You got to leave no stone unturned. You got to be aggressive. You have to go in there with the mentality that we're going to slay the dragon. And in order to do that, we got to take some risk. We got to take some chances. And we can't play conservative. We can't play for that game-time field goal. We got to maybe take a 2-point conversion at some point in the game. If it gets down to deciding if we go to overtime or not, probably have to try a 2-point conversion instead of giving Mahomes the chance of winning a coin flip. So I get it. The list is long of why the Chiefs are going to win this game and advance to the Super Bowl. Man, I don't want to see it. I just want Buffalo to win. But I get it. If you put up the old school boxing checklist, I mean, Kansas City checks all the boxes here, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that all the way down the line. I think that the only way Buffalo can win this game, in my opinion, is if Allen just completely puts them on.
Yeah, Superman.
Shoulders.
He turns into Superman again, which he can do. We know he can do it.
He can do.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's I'm looking forward to seeing just how much he tries to do in this and how much he's successful doing, because you're right, Buffalo's got a lot of weapons, not powerful weapons, but pesky weapons. And they can throw to Shakir, they can throw other outside options, they got tight ends they can throw to, they got backs, 3 different backs who they can utilize running and pass catching. They're kind of like Kansas City in that regard, that you don't really know where they're going to come at you, and they don't come at you the same way 2 straight plays. And but in the end, it's going to take, I think, you've seen this with Kansas City. They'll put pressure on the quarterback, and they'll try to force him into a mistake or get a key sack or get a penalty or whatever it might be that sets you back. And this is where Allen is going to have to escape that, run for key first downs. Heck, he's as good as any quarterback in the league at turning the ball up the field and running for 30 or 40 yards at a time. I just think that he's going to have to carry the ball upward of 10 times in this game. I wouldn't be shocked if he had an 80-yard rushing game here. I think his legs could very well be their number one weapon in this game. And I think the only thing that can really keep them competitive, because like I said, Kansas City, they're similar offensively to Buffalo in the sense that they've got a bunch of different wideouts. They got 2 tight ends, including one really good one. They got a couple of backs they throw at you. They don't have the running quarterback quite the same, but they do have a creative quarterback and who finds a way to move the chains one way or another. It's going to be and You mentioned it. There's the big difference in this game is Kansas City's very good and polished defensively. Buffalo is not, I would say not even an average defensive team. And you don't win at this level with an average to below average defense, like I think Buffalo has. Buffalo tried to give the game away last week defensively when they couldn't stop Baltimore all of a sudden. I don't know. I just see Kansas City winning this game in many different ways. But other than Allen's running, it's hard to pinpoint, well, where is it going to happen? How's Kansas City going to score 27 points in this game? Well, probably Kelsey will be involved. But there's so many other, Mahomes throws the ball. He doesn't play favorites. He throws the ball to anybody. And so, who's going to have the big game for them offensively, I think is very difficult to try to predict.
All right, let's start with the rushing yards first. Allen's at 47.5.
I was going to say it'd be nice if it were under 50. I think that's an absolute steal.
So honestly, if we did nothing else the whole day, had $1,000 to spend, we could parlay that with Hurts with his baseline.
Yes, that's.
All right.
I think that's a very solid 2-team parlay there.
And then climb the ladder maybe to get greedy with some other alternate numbers together. Okay. That'll be a fun way to attack things. All right. Patrick Mahomes, 24.5 is his rushing total. I'm going to keep going, but stop me if you hear anything you like or blatantly against. Let's just do that. James Cook, 55.5. Pacheco, 32.5. Kareem Hunt, 35.5. I think this worked out for us last week. The first rush didn't, but I think his second rush got us over the total. I believe. I'll have to take a look at this again. I might have this confused with Jameson Williams, who got over his rushing attempt by far. But Xavier Worthy, 4.5 for him. And Ray Davis is 9.5. So Ray Davis was not as banged up as we thought he was. He looked like he was in bad shape 2 weeks ago, but he looked fine running into the end zone last week. Him and Ty Johnson both scoring.
Well, that's the thing about Buffalo, as I mentioned. We both talked about Johnson last week, and then all of a sudden he had a hard time getting on the field.
Yeah,
because when Davis and Cook are both healthy. It's not like, well, all they do is run the ball and then let's bring in Johnson on the passing down. No, they throw the ball to those guys too. So I don't know how they decide who plays what. But in that particular game last week, I was disappointed in the amount that Johnson played. It just makes them more, harder to predict which guys are going to do well. In retrospect, you mentioned that, I don't want to digress here, but the Jameson Williams rushing total last week. It would have been really interesting to me. I don't know if they do this with wide receivers, but when the guy's rushing total was 1.5 or half a yard or whatever it was, that what if we take that over 50 yards, at a guy who's projected at 1.5? Well, what's he going to be at 50 yards? 1,000 to 1. I wish we had examined that for a really, really, really greedy, if they even put out a number like that. Worthy's in that same boat this week. I mean, Worthy, you would think, would rush at least one time for 5 yards and get over his 4.5 number. But at the same time, he could bust that for 35 yards.
Right.
So, if it's projected as 4.5, well, what's he projected for, what's his number for 30 yards, for 40 yards, for 50 yards, and take a real long shot, greedy play, throw that onto the end of a parlay and really cash in on the chip. So again, I don't know that they've put out something like that.
So I was looking for that the whole time last week with both of them, and they at least held out to the very last minute on a lot of stuff, but I'm not so sure I ever revisited the last second. Let's try to hit the the receiver running total. I did notice guys did pop off about 20, 30 minutes before kickoff, and I'm not so sure I'd circled the wagons back. But I know they held it off as long as they could. The one thing I do come up with right now, which is interesting, is most rushing yards for the game. Worthy is 90-1.
That isn't a terrible option because neither one of these teams is going to give the ball to any of their backs more than 10 times. I don't think.
Right.
I mean, to me, Allen, what is he to be the leading rusher in this game? 3-1
plus 220.
Oh yeah, or even less.
Yeah.
So so he's the guy to beat.
Yeah.
And so, he won't be easy to beat, no doubt. But he is the quarterback after all. I don't think that they're going to, I don't think the game plan going in is to run him 15 different times. But at 90-1, wow. I mean, it's, granted, Jameson Williams last week with his one carry or whatever for 50 some odd yards, that wouldn't have been the leading rusher in the game. But, those were different, you got Gibbs playing in that game, where you would have projected close to 100 yards. This game, you're projecting Allen at 47.5, and he's the guy to beat. So, is Worthy going to get a 50-yard run or maybe 2 runs? That total 50 yards in this game? Probably not. At 90-1, okay, I'll take a stab at that. Sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? Because even though he has multiple, now last week 1 for -8, so he never got that second run. So, last week an obvious loser. But I want to say even as recently as 3 or 4 weeks ago, there was that one game he at least got 5 touches out of the backfield. Now, I know a couple of those were passes, and that's not going to count. But, you throw the backwards lateral, maybe that's part of it, or you just say, let's, do a little bit more Debo with him and give him the ball, hand it off, end around style, whatever the case may be. Even just lining up out of the backfield. He's done that a time or two. So I think worth a shot anyway.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and there's probably something like that from the first game that we didn't talk about. Something similar. For example, I think Devontae Smith could catch a real long touchdown pass in this game. So, I mean, if he had, will he have the longest receiving, or will he have a catch of longer than whatever? There might be a number where, if his longest catch is over 60 yards, that's 40-1 or something, and then you parlay that with this thing here, and throw a couple of crumbs on it, and next thing you know, you've got a birthday cake.
Okay, yeah, we'll play around with that number
anyway.
After let's put some more stuff on this.
That's the fun of this. Yeah, this number here. I would,
ticket and then
throw it on the legitimate parlay because chances are it's not going to hit. But if you want to have a fun little 90-1 and 50-1 parlay together, the 2 longest shots at the Kentucky Derby to finish first and second, then you pin that winning ticket up on your bulletin board when all's said and done.
Hey, it's $10 to win 900. That's simple. In fact, I know how you like to just play the one thing to keep it fun, but I could insure this ticket for $5 with Ray Davis at 55-1 odds. Honestly, that's just
like I said. There's a lot of different ways to go with both of these teams. And I'm not sure one is more likely than the other. So it's a good time to, if all things being equal, take the best price. So
let's see here. Let me run a couple other random specials to you, see if you can bite on any of these. James Cook and Kareem Hunt to have 25 yards in each half rushing, 26-1.
I mean, that's a high number, nice odds, but I don't know.
That sounds harder than it looks.
Yeah, I mean, Cook. I mean,
in reality, it's harder.
I don't think carries the ball enough.
Right.
They got just too many weapons. If Pacheco's got nice thing going, then you don't see Hunt for series at a time. So, and kind of the same way with Buffalo. Gee, why's Davis in there this series, or what's Johnson doing in there?
Right.
My guy's sitting at 23 yards, just needs one more carry. Why isn't he in the game?
Right.
Well,
I mean, because this number looks juicy too, in that same fashion. James Cook for 20 yards in each quarter is 47-1.
No, I don't know. It's too much for me.
Okay, all right. Receiving numbers. Again, stop me if you like something, or you're blatantly against it. 67.5 for Kelsey, Worthy 49.5, Shakir 57.5, Marquise Brown 36.5, Kincaid 32.5, Amari Cooper 17.5, Keon Coleman's all the way down to 20.5. He's done nothing in the last couple of weeks. Noah Gray 14.5, DeAndre Hopkins 23.5. Where's he been? Dawson Knox 15.5. Curtis Samuel, 15.5. James Cook, 12.5. Pacheco, 5.5. Kareem Hunt, 7.5. Mac Hollins, 13.5. And our boy Ty Johnson, all the way down to 8.5. Man, if this game somehow turns into a shootout, you have a bunch of low-hanging guys here.
Well, yes, and looking back at last week, the Houston game against Kansas City, which Houston was very competitive in. I was surprised, not necessarily shocked, but I was surprised how open Schultz was able to get against Kansas City's defense. It gave them, we talked a lot about how Houston's outside receivers were banged up and really didn't have a second option. Well, Schultz kind of became that second option. Only targeted 4 times, but caught them all for 63 yards. And Buffalo's a team that throws the ball to the tight end a lot. And your numbers you mentioned there were very small on Buffalo's tight end. I mean, I'd take a shot with Kincaid, to catch 2 passes. When you said his total was like 17 or something?
32.5 for him. Knox is...
Kincaid was 32.5.
Yeah, Knox is 15.5.
Oh, it's Knox who's the number that I was confusing him with. But even still, I mean, to me, Shakir has really become their
go-to guy.
Their go-to guy. The first time they played this year, targeted him 12 times for 8 catches and 70 yards. And among Buffalo's weapons, I would have thought they'd be throwing the ball more to Cooper by this point. They've got other guys to throw the ball to, but Shakir he's their number one weapon. He's going to draw the top defender, which is a problem against Kansas City. But, game that I think Kansas City is going to be ahead and Buffalo's going to have to throw the ball. I take a shot with him ahead of any of the other receiver numbers. Kelsey is kind of the same way with Kansas City. As the season goes along, he becomes more popular. But 67.5, has he even gotten 67 receiving yards?
Right.
More than once or twice all season. And
he's been good the last week. He was good.
Yeah. Oh, and that's what's driving.
And all the playoff games, he's good.
So I take Shakir over his number among the receiving numbers in this game. I take Worthy over his rushing number, and I take Shakir over his passing number. And then for long shot, and we haven't talked about this, but what's Allen's alternate numbers in terms of rushing?
Let's see here. Josh Allen is 60 yards plus 160, 70 yards plus 260, plus 430 for 80 or more, 10-1 if he gets 100.
I mean, what the heck, if he has the type of game that I think he's going to have, I take a shot at him at 100 yards at 10-1. It's certainly a lot more attractive than plus 260 at 70 yards. I mean, you're getting 4 times the value for an extra 30 yards. I mean, again, on a greedy ticket, you want to, you want to play the, will Worthy be the leading rusher in the game? Will Devontae Smith catch a 50-yard pass? I mean, this kind of a ticket where we want to throw 2 or 3 of those things together and really go for something big. I think that, that belongs on that kind of ticket.
Okay. All right. Fun stuff. All right. For the primary ticket, the Barkley for 2, Hurts for 60 or more, Robinson 37.5 rushing, Eagles 27.5 points. We're throwing Worthy on for his 4.5.
Yes, and Shakir on for his.
How about Allen for his 47.5?
Well, that's going with Hurts. So that's going on the
okay, I got you.
That's
we can leave that off.
I'd play those 2 things separately, and then I'd parlay those 2 things together, and then even try them. Attach a third thing, maybe even the best log shot you got to try to beef up.
Well, do you want to do alternate Allen rushing yards then? I mean, because we kind of did that already with the Hurts rushing yards for 60.
Well, you can't do. I mean, you can't put that with his regular rushing yards, right? You can't take parlay Allen's 47.5 to Allen's 100.
No. So if we have Hurts for his 31.5 and Allen for his 47.5.
Right. So I say, like I said, attach one of the long shots here, and I don't even know which one to give you.
Well, we can do Allen for 100 yards at 10-1. That really beefs up the stick.
You can't put that with Allen 47.5.
Oh, no. So I'm putting him with Hurts for 60, which is his alternate. Barkley for 2, Robinson 37.5, Eagles 27.5.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you're the master of putting these things together. But I think that, to me, Hurts belongs by himself. Allen belongs by himself.
Right.
Those 2 things belong parlayed, and then at the same time, I take those 2 things parlayed and try to attach a third thing, maybe on a couple of separate tickets, where Barkley 2 touchdowns, or Mahomes over 2.5 touchdown passes, or something that's going to give you a nice price, hope to hit something bigger than just the regular standard.
A pack of bubble gum. I got you. All right, 10-4. Let's see here. Now, I'm going to definitely play around with these low hanger guys, because just in case this turns into the shootout, and I'm going to look for this Devontae Smith number in a minute. I mean, I'm getting now. These guys did nothing like this. If you did this premise last week with Kansas City and Buffalo, you got nowhere close, because guys like Smith-Schuster, nowhere to be found. Curtis Samuel, nowhere to be found. Noah Gray, nowhere to be found. But all these guys are over 2-1 for 25 yards or more. So there are going to be some El Cheapo tickets with 3 or 4 of these guys paired up, because you've said it before. If you're throwing for 300 yards, it has to go to somebody. Might as well take some guys for 25 yards and just string them together.
Right. And that guy might be on Kansas City is Gray in this game.
Yes.
Because he first off, in the first time around,
6-1 for 40 yards. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he got 5 targets, 4 catches first time around against Buffalo. Buffalo really held down Kelsey the first time around, but I think that kind of goes together. If your priority, we talked about Washington's priority being to stop Barkley and how that opens things for other guys. If your priority in this game is we got to shut down Kelsey, and which they did the first time, and you're successful doing that, well, Mahomes is going to find somebody different. A lot of times, in the past, he's thrown the ball to his backs, and he always had a guy like McKinnon who would catch the ball in those kinds of situations. They don't really have that guy this year, but Gray's kind of become that guy. Gray's kind of become the secondary short zone, throw to him when you got 2 linebackers guarding Kelsey and nobody guarding the other tight end. So, like I said, 5 targets that first time around is an indication that, all right, you take Kelsey away, we're going to throw the ball to this guy. And I don't think it's going to change this time. I think they're still going to be focused on taking Kelsey away. So I think Gray could be a guy who catches 3 or 4 passes, goes over his rather small number, but actually might get 40 yards receiving, might get you, whatever that, 3 or 4 to 1 on that.
All right. Yeah. 4 to 1 on the 40 yards. So there's some things to be had down low on that list.
Right.
Okay. I want to delete this primary ticket and go over a couple other things, and I'll let you go real quick. Shakir over 57.5, Worthy over 4.5, Eagles over 27.5 points, Robinson Jr. over 37.5 rushing yards, Barkley over 2 touchdowns, and I do have Jalen Hurts for 60 yards rushing. So do you want to add anything else to that? $10 wins good. 18.75. So that's a great little payout.
Yeah.
All right. So we shall remember that. And then is Worthy a capable 2-touchdown scorer in this game?
Kansas City, anybody's capable of 2 touchdowns. I'm not sure.
He's 17-1. So if you wanted to parlay him with Barkley, that's maybe a nice little chance of the ticket there. I'm just going to come up with that odds. That's going to pay off decent.
To me, if you were going, the most logical guy to score 2 TDs in the Kansas City game is Kelsey. If you're going to go to Barkley as the obvious choice in the
one game,
in the first game, you go to Kelsey as the obvious choice in the second game.
Right. That crossed my mind. I was getting my coffee this morning. All right, with Worthy and Barkley, just to mention it, it's 55-1. And then Kelsey and Barkley, 30-1. So
really,
$40 wins you $1,200.
Wow. That's much higher than I would have thought. Are you sure you're looking at that right?
Yep, $25 wins you $725.
Wow.
It's now dropped to 29-1, probably because we're talking about
that's like the 2 most logical guys who to score 2 touchdowns in this game. I guess maybe Allen you would throw into the mix as well, but picking the 2 guys from what I think are going to be the winning teams, where I think both teams are going to score a fair amount of points.
Yep.
Taking the 2 guys most logical to score 2 TDs from those 2 teams and getting 29-1. That's I think we found something there.
All right, that's good. And then how about this? Just to have some stake in this game, Dalton Kincaid 32-1, AJ Brown 10-1. $10 wins you $3,620.
Oh, that 2 TDs each?
Yes.
Oh, well, now you're, now you cross the border to a territory where I'm unfamiliar.
Okay. All right, cool. I know it well. Robinson at 18-1. He's not the worst for 2 touchdowns, to be honest.
Well,
as noted, and I think that
especially that second game where there's you could name 6 guys on each team that could possibly score a touchdown, and then to ask any one of them to score twice, you're going to see a lot of 18 to 1s, 180 to 1s, whatever. So I'm dizzy even thinking about it. I'm conservative. I'll stick with, I don't think Kelsey's going to have a big game. I think his number's too high in the receiving numbers, but around the goal line, he's going to be the first guy they look at. And so, okay, I'll to get him involved, to get a rooting interest in him, I'll put him on a 2 TD ticket with Barkley and get a shockingly high price.
Let's see here. I'm putting in our Devontae Smith for the most receiving yards, and I'm looking for back to the rushing yards with Worthy, 90 to 1. Now down to 80 to 1. How about that?
There you go. Even the line.
You can't parlay those 2 guys together. $10 wins you $4,769.
Oh, I never made that much in a year.
Smith plus Worthy rush. Interesting. Is there a scenario you see both of these games going to overtime? That's a big payout.
Well, I think Kansas City and Buffalo is going to be the closer of the 2 games. I think that's I can see that being a game kind of like Baltimore and Buffalo, that no matter who's ahead in the fourth quarter, I don't think they're going to be 2 scores ahead or more than 2 scores ahead anyway. I think that both teams are capable of coming back, and the team that has the ball last and is behind in Kansas City and Buffalo, I think is better than 50-50 proposition to score. Now, whether that ties the game or not or what, I don't think either one of those teams is going to go for a 2-point conversion when they score to make it 28-27. I think they'll say, hey, we tied it up, let's kick the extra point and hope we win the toss in overtime. So I think that game's got a lot better chance of going to overtime than the first game does.
Okay, and go ahead and give me a correct score for each game, and I'll let you out of here.
All right, so I'm going to say Philly's going to win its game 34 to 20. And I think Kansas City's going to win its game 27-24.
All right, so Kansas City 27, Bills 24 is 50 to 1. And then the other one, correct score, 34 to 20. Interesting. I had both of these scores last week in the games. Let's see. Commanders 34, Eagles 20 is 340 to 1. Eagles 34. Commanders 20, 110 to 1. Parlay them both. Your $10 wins $56,000. $5 wins you.
I'm going to spend that. I'm going to spend that $10 on coffee.
It's going to be worth a shot. I got to do this. Okay, Dave. Enjoy the games, man. We'll talk for the Super Bowl. We'll get a week off, and I'll talk to you in 2 weeks.
All right.
Thanks. Enjoy. Yep. Thanks. Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better. Chance on fate, and autumn comes to those who wait. And if there is a lady love, I'll never get her. You never get a chance for life unless you win it, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better. You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. You might have her now. I got something better. You might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are listening to us around the world. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. We are the Deep End Broadcasting Network, and this is your show looking at every NFL wagering angle on the board. We have two games today here on Championship Sunday. We shall dissect for the rest of the program even further than we've dissected already. We are broadcasting live from our Deep End studios in the lovely Chicks Beach, Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America, our studios here. Okay, let's do the art of making tickets. And Dave Grande, fantastic as always. You can go ahead and catch anything that me and him talked about. Do a little rewind or go back to the YouTube channel, which is Deep End, DEEPEND, like a pool broadcasting. That's our YouTube channel, formerly known as Deep End 757 Broadcasting. We dropped the 757, so a little bit easier to find. As always, you can get linked through our website, deependbroadcasting.com. All right, Nephew Dave will be with us shortly. The Ant-Man, a question mark. We'll track him down. Hopefully, but let me go ahead and maybe Nick Athen will track him down as well. He's got a busy morning out there in Kansas City as they prep for the Bills this evening. But let's go ahead and do a little art of making the tickets. How about that? Popular segment. And the first thing that kind of came to mind to me was going to be quarterback rushing yards, except for the fact that when you look at all the quarterbacks playing this weekend, they are really good, all above average rushers, even if you count Patrick Mahomes. So what we don't want to do is play into the Lions' hands, so to speak. We don't want to try to trek on something that's so obvious, okay, with quarterback rushing yards. Although they are at a premium, they're probably priced like it, and in order to get some kind of significant payout, we're going to have to bet an arm and a leg on the alternate overs. We could get counterfeited at the end of the day by some kneeling, some non-sacking, rushing yards, whatever the case may be. So I kind of thought a little different. Is that the end one? Let's see. I was kind of thinking a little different, an attack that's a little different way than with the quarterback rushing yards, and that was going to be with the receiving yards for tight ends. So we should take a look at that. Is this the Ant-Man? Good morning.
You guys are going to be doing a lot more talking than me today.
The Ant-Man emerged. He emerged.
And
He emerged early.
Ant-Man is a sick Ant-Man today.
Oh, what, like a real life sick or alcohol induced?
I thought it was just a cough yesterday, but well, here. It got worse. Who knew?
Wow. Okay. All right.
Anyway,
Take it
continue.
easy. Breathe easy. Breathe easy. Nephew Dave. Hold on. I think he's popping in the studio here. Let's get him all squared away. There he is. He's on camera now, I think. Hold on, stand by. As soon as I put him on, he will be. Nephew Dave.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Oh, man. All right, Ant, stand by. I mean, I was trying to do this like a wrestler coming out of the back. Walking down the aisle to the wrestling ring. As he has to be super ecstatic. Maybe a little bit more ecstatic if he got 3 Capitals goals last night.
Yeah, no kidding.
Disappointing for the house as well. Braves
That's
on
right.
the warpath. Fight for all BC.
There we go.
All right.
Love it.
I mean, Dave, give me the state of the union of your Washington Commanders. I was getting ready to build a ticket with tight ends, but here you are, man. We got to ask you what it's like waking up here on game day.
Yeah, it's something special, Steve. I'll say that. This week has felt like a month, 2 months, maybe even a year. I've been waiting for this all week. So, Steve, I'm pumped. I'm ready to go. We'll see what the boys got. That's a tough matchup today. It's a divisional game in Championship Sunday. Figure it to be a good game, and it's gonna be tight. And Washington is gonna need to do what they did against the Lions, and get up multiple scores. That 10-point difference in the Lions game was pretty big there until they kind of ran away with it at the end. But that's what they're going to need to do today. They're going to need to have Philly chasing them instead of us chasing Philly. But nonetheless, Steve, here we are. Massive game. You got to think, if they win today, getting to the Super Bowl is just kind of the bonus icing on the cake. I just think everything and all the feelings come down to today. So, Steve, we're ecstatic. I'm sure everybody else is that I've talked to. Let's get a big Washington win and celebrate this evening.
Even in a tough loss, you'll be able to reflect back in a week and say this was a good season. Correct?
Oh, absolutely, Steve.
Yeah.
Even in a loss, it won't be the result that we want should it happen that way. But just getting here when, I think the win total was 5.5. It just kind of shocks everybody and sets up this franchise to kind of return to its former glory if they can keep the formula the same.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah, it's been a while for the Commanders. And there's one little podcast host who bet them a lot more often than some other people. Even on straight money line against Arizona, Dave. Remember that?
Yep.
After a winning Sunday, everyone liked Arizona. I said, no, let's take Washington. They're going to kill Arizona. And that's exactly what they did, if you recall that. Anthony, the fun story of the Commanders, correct? All season long?
100%. I'm rooting for them. I mean, I'm just rooting for Dave to be happy. I really am.
Well, I appreciate that, Ant. That's what we want. I don't think anybody wants a Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. So let's go Bills later on, and obviously let's go Washington.
Of course. Yeah, it's funny you say that. Of course, we're all rooting for the Bills, but we all know. Oh, damn! I hate that I can't talk right now, but God, this sucks. I saw this thing on Twitter. It's like, and the No, not Chuck, Steve. Damn it, that's the worst thing you could have ever said.
The vodka kills it.
Yeah.
No, like I said, I'm gonna butcher this, but I saw this thing on Twitter. It was like, and the Bills are gonna win it. Oh my God, Josh Allen for the game-winning touchdown run, and then all of a sudden you see Tony Romo going, Jim, there's a flag.
I saw some similar stuff to that.
Just get ready for like the Bills game-winning field goal or like a late Hail Mary, and then you hear Romo going, Jim.
Okay, we're going to get about that game later. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's, Dave. I'm happy for your team as someone who had many of championship Sundays. This is a special day in my heart, and you should enjoy that as such. If you go a little hardcore today, do so. Maybe call an Uber there, big boy, after you watch this game. All right. Let's see here. We'll get to the games in a second. I was getting ready to do the art of making a ticket, which I will continue with. And I was talking about quarterback rushing yards and how this is the kind of day where we have so many rushing quarterbacks. And that's a bet maybe we don't want to do, to be honest, because we don't want to play into the Lions' hands of things and try to scoop 4 quarterbacks for their rushing yards. Well, where it may happen for sure. I mean, because trust me, I do like some Josh Allen if Hurts can move around. I think I like his rushing yards a little bit. Dave Grande said, if you had 2 things to bet on, put $1,000 on Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts rushing yards baseline in a 2-game parlay. So it's hard to kind of go against the logic of the rushing quarterback. But for the sake of these quarterbacks, numbers being at a premium price, any kind of odd number paying at a super great number, we'll go ahead and bypass this, because if I'm going to play myself any of these quarterback rushing yards, I think it is mainly with the baselines as opposed to getting too super crazy. Although you could probably talk me into a Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts 50 yards rushing each, somewhat of a ticket, which I imagine pays decent, because I think Hurts' baseline is just close to 30, 31 and a half. Maybe it's been driven up a little bit this morning. In fact, let's just see what we have for an update on that. 30 and a half, so actually down a hair, which makes it interesting. Game line wise, we are at the same. So your ticker is right on the screen. 6.5, 47.5 for Philly, 1.5, 48.5 for Kansas City. No weather issues, just cooler, colder, but warmer than what it's been. So maybe almost like a Island Oasis type of cold where, they're used to walking around at 7 degrees right now. 40 degrees is going to feel amazing. Trust me, it's not bad here in Virginia, where I feel like we finally got unlocked out of a ice cube cooler. So we will zigzag here from the quarterback rushing yards to make a long story short, or even longer, which we specialize on this program at doing, to be honest, dragging things out. But very importantly, we do so. We'll go to the receiving props and the art of making a ticket. And I'm going to actually focus on tight ends, because in these championship type of games, divisional rounds, and we haven't really seen it, with the exception of Kelsey. We really haven't seen it too much. The Ravens tried to show it to us with Andrews. That didn't work out. Likely did, though, right? When he had to. So tight ends, a measure of importance, boys, correct? This weekend?
Absolutely.
So let's take a look at all 4 tight ends. Let's take at all the tight ends across the board in art of making a ticket. Let's go ahead and build a tight end ticket all together. Now, Kelsey's, we'll start from let me get off of this. Let's start in chronological order first. And this will save us a little time when we get to the games, because we'll already kind of know the deal on these guys. But the tight ends for the Washington and the Eagles game, and we have a couple of primaries and a couple of tertiaries we can look at as well, maybe. or secondaries. Zach Ertz comes to mind for Washington, 33.5, and Dallas Goedert is at 40.5. And basically, the first thing you do in the art of making a ticket is you got to ask yourself this question. Can this player get over X amount of yards? So if I'm asking myself, can Zach Ertz get over 33.5 yards today against his former team nonetheless? I would say that answer is yes. Correct? Boys, you agree with that?
Averaging 37 a game.
Anthony likes Zach Ertz. I know he's on board with that. Anthony likes Dallas Goedert, so I'm sure he's on board with over 40.5. And when I ask myself, can Goddard get over 40.5? I think the answer is yes. Dave, you like Goddard as well.
Yep.
I'm sure. So we can chalk him in as a yes. And then the other players we can't consider for yards, but we could consider for touchdowns would be Cal Contreras for the Eagles, which I know Anthony has on a long shot ticket somewhere. And who's your backup tight end? Is it Bates?
Yep.
John Bates, 22-1 today. How about that for a sneaky championship game ticket play? Seriously.
Absolutely.
I'm going to mark that because when you score in these games, a lot of times you're playing with a sneaky hand that you're dealing. And John Bates at a 22-1 is someone who could come out of nowhere. Same with Cal Contreras there at 15-1. Now, our normal tight ends, Goddard and Ertz, are 350 and 300 respectively for their touchdowns. So they're paying well also. We'll do a touchdown ticket in a minute, but for the sake of this conversation with these guys, we'll start with the receivers. Obviously, we need to ask ourselves, how far over can we go with these guys? So with Ertz, I feel like 40 is an easy number. Anyone want a bit above that? Anthony or Dave?
I think
anyone want to make a case for 50?
You could possibly go to 50. I mean, averaging 37.1 a game. But again, we covered it most every week about how he's the safety blanket for the rookie. He's going to look for him today, and he's going to get his chances. 50 plus is at plus 212. So to get a little bit better number out of it, I probably wouldn't be afraid to go up to 50. I think the waters get a little murky when you go past that, though.
I got plus 235. Anthony, what's your threshold for Ertz?
Well, if we're talking about tight ends in the playoffs, I mean, the tight ends are the safety blanket. Just like with rookie quarterbacks. Tight ends, that's why do you think Kelsey's so good in the playoffs? Why do you think Goddard's so good in the playoffs? Believe it or not, your tight end is actually your biggest weapon, in all honesty. But when I look at what I'm basing this off of, and by the way, excuse all of everyone because I cannot talk. I'm going to fight through it. If we are looking at Week 16, do you guys remember when Philly played Washington? Do you remember that? Remember that insanity?
Yep.
Dave, do you remember that game?
I sure do.
Dave, I swear I could see static like embedded into your eyeballs of how close you were to the TV watching that game-winning field goal. Or not game-winning field goal, but just watching that. But I'm looking at some stats. Ertz only got 12 yards. Not that matters, but you're seeing Ertz just getting. It's like he has one last life to live. I'll take him for 50 yards. Why not?
All right, plus 235 is what I see. So we'll mark him down. If we look across this other side of the ball, we have Goddard. 40's a minus 112. 50's a plus 152. 60's a plus 245. Here you go. You have to trust Jalen Hurts on the other end of things here. If you want a low hang Dallas Goedert, you could do that as well, honestly, and take him at his baseline or at even 25 yards at minus 310. But we're trying to make money here. Do you guys see any value in 50 yards or more at a plus number to add him to this ticket, or do we move on to the other guys?
You're talking Goddard?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, are we sticking strictly tight ends, or we go with everyone?
This is strictly a tight end making ticket, but we'll go through the whole gamut of everybody, including the Grays and the Dawson Knoxes of the world.
I think you could, Steve. Like I said, averaging just about 50, plus 139 is what I have for Dallas Goedert. And I've been playing him throughout the playoffs. Needed him last week to cash a nice little ticket, and he got his yardage. Didn't get the touchdown. But, yeah, Steve, I would push him to 50. I would think, he's definitely going to be looked upon in the passing game, which is kind of a second thought for Philly. They're going to want to run the ball a lot. We know that. You look at –
I think Philly has the pass to win this game today.
Well,
I don't think they can win it strictly on the ground.
And I think that's going to be the game plan, is if Washington can make them throw, their chances are going to be a little bit better. Not that there's any shade to the offense passing the ball for the Eagles, but they are a run first, and that's what they want to do. If you make them throw it, I think the chances are better. And if they're throwing it, Dallas Goedert is getting his target, so I would go to 50.
All right. Anthony, you good with 50 for Goddard?
4 receptions, 56 yards for Goddard last game. So, Like I said, what tight end? By the way, my only worry with Ertz is, he's more of a possession tight end. He's not the long home run guy. If you're looking to maybe water it down, maybe throw Ertz for 40, but we're still going to fire Ertz for 50. I don't give a rip.
All right. We'll throw him for 50 for the sake of being greedy on this program. All right. Next up, we have a bunch of tight ends are capable. Even the secondary guys get involved a lot here. In fact, they can score 2 touchdowns at any given moment. I'm going to have to play Dawson Knox for 2 touchdowns at 110-1, only because I have hauntings of him not winning it when sportsbook or when sports wagering became legal, I think 3 years ago, when he scored the first touchdown at Kansas City, and then came up just short to get his second at 80-1 odds. So I'll fire that. I'll fire that blank again. Why not? But we have other guys besides Knox. We have Noah Grays. These guys have low receiving numbers too. Kincaid is a low receiving number, 32.5. 16.5 for Noah Gray and Knox. And then, of course, Kelsey, who shows up every playoff and is guaranteed a touchdown almost in a way, is at 68.5. All right, so for me, where I would rather have Kelsey's touchdown over his yards, I still don't think I want any of that. You guys can outduel me here and say, yeah, no, I'd rather have a Kelsey touchdown. I'm good with that because he gets one no matter what every playoff game. At some point, that ship's going to sink when this dragon gets slayed. And when the dragon gets slayed, and I hope that is Josh Allen, Superman, doing that himself today. When that dragon gets slayed, it's because Kelsey's going to get slayed a little bit, and he's not going to get into the end zone. So for that fact alone, I'll avoid him. But do you guys want Kelsey's yards or touchdown? I'm not taking him as an alternate over, but if you guys got a solid angle either way, touchdown or alternate over yards, let it rip at me now. What do you got, Dave?
I think you stick with the touchdown. Now, he has been getting his yards. He had a nice game last week. He's averaging just over 55. So you look at his numbers. I'm looking, the first number that pops up for me is 70 plus minus 118. I don't know, Steve. I just don't like that. I think you play the touchdowns for him. He might go 50, 60 yards. Maybe he does get to 70. I just think if you're trying to build a little bit better of a ticket with some better numbers, to kind of squeeze the juice out of this thing, I think you go towards some other guys who have some bigger numbers. You're taking more of a chance doing so, but that's just kind of the thing you have to do if you want to get these better numbers. So give me the Kelsey touchdowns instead of the yards.
All right, plus 120 for a touchdown. I'd see Anthony. You like yards or a touchdown for Kelsey?
What really sucks about this is this is so recent to what we watched with Baltimore and Buffalo. Look what Buffalo did with Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely. They're giving up yards left and right to the tight end. I just feel like Kelsey's going to eat, and it sucks because his number is terrible. Is it a minus number just for him to get 70?
Minus 118 is what I see.
I hate that. That's not what the show's about. We're not putting 20 to win 21 or 19 or whatever. It stinks. I'd much rather pivot to the backup. You know what this gets, Steve?
Yeah.
Sorry. When you're sick, you're impatient. You're cranky. Let's pivot to the look, Kelsey's going to get his. Look, he's going to get. I could almost guarantee on the first drive he's going to get that one stupid catch for 13 yards, and 2 catches for 24 yards. Blah 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 blah. He's going to get his. I don't care. Unless you want to make a bet that he's going to get 125 and score. Good for you. Let's just pivot to Noah Gray. Forget Kelsey. Like I said, unless you think Kelsey's going for $125 and 2 scores, let's pivot to Noah Gray because that's where the money is.
Let me ask you this: 1 touchdown, yes or no?
Kelsey?
Yes.
Probably. How about that?
Okay. I'll put him on the sticker for a touchdown plus 120. We move on. Noah Gray.
I do that with Will and Ice. Yeah, Noah Gray.
Noah Gray is plus 490 for a touchdown. Receiving yards for Noah Gray. 25 is plus 176. 40 is plus 490. 50 is plus 920. 60 is 14 to 1. And he's in play for all those numbers. So, shoot, man. Let's aim for the stars here. How about 50 yards at 9 plus 920 since we have Ertz and Goddard there already?
All right.
How with it.
This is what's going to bang this ticket off now. So if we just stop with these 4 alone, Noah Gray, Goddard, Ertz for 50, Kelsey for a touchdown. $10 now pays $1,243. We're not done yet. We can go to our guys Kincaid and Knox. Kincaid is 32.5. Dawson Knox is at 16.5 for his. Buffalo can spread the wealth around a lot. I figured Josh Allen liked his tight ends a little bit more than he has this season. He hasn't exactly lit up the tight end room. Does that change today in the biggest game and like Anthony says, in the biggest needs? Maybe this is what this offense needs, is to get explosive through their tight ends. And Knox is still out there catching balls. It's not like he's not. So if we're trying to make money here, we can definitely boost at least his number up. Dawson Knox for 25 yards is plus 176. 40 yards is plus 470, which that's a reach. That's great. Plus 820 is 50 yards or more for him. These are big guys. If they get into space, they can go a little bit of a ways here. I think I like Kincaid more for a touchdown than I do for his receiving yards, maybe. I feel like he's more of a touchdown catcher, kind of like in the Kelsey mold for this game. But if you want Kincaid for 50 yards, we're getting plus 270 here for that. I don't know, boys. Anyone want to take Kincaid for 50 yards?
I like Kincaid a little bit more than I do Knox. I feel like Knox is you need 4 or 5 yards on third down. There he is just past the stick. I think Kincaid's ceiling is a little bit higher. 33.7 is his average. So 40 to 50 yards, I think, would be right in his range. So that's who I would go with.
Anthony, what's your threshold for Kincaid? I can even have 40 yards get plus 154.
I feel like Kincaid's like an enigma because he hasn't done anything recently. If you're looking at everything, I mean, how he had one catch for 11 yards. How's that? That's all he did against Baltimore last week. Dawson Knox had one catch for 0 yards. But that was against Baltimore. It was a different game. Let's put it this way. This is the Bills Super Bowl. It's that simple. This is the Bills Super Bowl.
Yeah, they'll need him.
They need to throw. I mean, Josh Allen, he not only has to throw this, he's not coming in as Clark Kent, and then he has to, put on the Superman cape at halftime. He has to just show up as Superman. He has to do everything in his absolute power to beat this stupid team. So I've seen Kincaid go off. I've seen him hit 1, 2, 3. I've seen him hit 50 yards 3 times. Unfortunately, it was not against Kansas City because he was hurt at the time. Knox has only gotten 50 yards once, so unless you want to throw a real, shit piss parlay for Knox to get 50, let's not play that game. Although I will tell you this right now, the last time the Bills played the Chiefs in Week 11, 4 receptions for 40 yards for Knox, but that was with Kincaid out, which means I think the tight ends could be a little bit more active than you think in this game. It's just going to be a matter of which one do you pick. Obviously, the favorite is Kincaid.
I'd say I think for the art of making a ticket here, I think we can take Kincaid for 40 and Knox for 25.
All right.
Like in the tight ends bet, or just like just for that game alone?
Nah, well, we can regroup after if Goddard, Kelsey, and Ertz lose, we can always refire. But for the sake of this program, I can get $8,000 right now off of $10 for Ertz for 50, Goddard for 50, Kelsey a touchdown, Gray for 50, Knox 25, Kincaid for 40.
All right. Fire away.
$6.50 wins $5,178. I think it's worth a shot.
Do it.
On the El Cheapo ticket. So, in fact, we'll do a lucky 7. $7 wins $5,577. How about that?
Like it.
All right, that's your art of making a ticket. $7 to win $5,500 on these two tight ends to get 50 yards, Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert. I'm sorry. Noah Gray as well for 50 yards. Kincaid for 40. His buddy Dawson Knox, 25 yards. And Travis Kelsey gets the charity touchdown. All right, there you go, guys.
I like it.
There's your art of making a ticket, tight end style, with a little bit of long shotness to it, but still, if you can get it to the end, a little bit more conservative to get you home. How about that? All right.
Lay it down and smack 'em, yak 'em.
All right. Let's get to the games, boys. We don't need to talk to tight ends anymore.
Got to be.
6.5, 47.5. All right. For the sake of the studio and my heart over my head, I'm going to take the Commanders here. I'm worried that both of these games are going to go under in a bad way here. Since it is championship type of football, maybe the Commanders win 2017. Maybe the Bills, we'll get to that in a minute, or Chiefs win by a field goal 23-20 or something like that. I'm just going to hope for the best here. I like the tight end angles. I'll probably divvy with some of those, some more. Where Saquon Barkley has all the headlines, I was still impressed on how Washington moved the ball last week with Robinson Jr. Now, I've been building tickets all week, and a lot of those, unfortunately, are top heavy with Robinson Jr. So I need to spread the wealth around still. Only because I see a big path there. One, you want to keep Barkley off the field. And if you do that by running the ball, we saw the Rams, the Packers both try to run the ball against the Eagles, which is easier said than done because of Philly's tremendous strength on their defense. So, yeah, you'll have to mix in some pass as well. But the Commanders would be, I can't say ridiculous here. They just can't come in and try to open it up 5 wide against this good Philly defense. I think you need to keep Barkley off the field by running the ball with success like they were able to do in that Thursday night game when they played in Philadelphia week 1 by handing the ball off to Robinson. Let's get started there. Let's move the chains. Let's get him working. For that, so for that reason, I like the Brian Robinson numbers, and he has good rushing numbers. I'll get to those in a second. His baseline is 38.5. If he can do what he did last week, then 70 yards is at a plus 520 for Brian Robinson Jr. So that's attractive. But you also, besides the tight end game, have, of course, the running back dump-off scenario as well. Obviously, Eckler is going to come into play. He gets a lot of action, too. So Eckler at 25 yards is at a minus 118, I see. Robinson Jr., 25 yards is at plus 790 now, which I think he's a legitimate candidate to get the ball dumped off to him today. I have him also at 16-1 for 2 touchdowns, which I think he's capable of doing that. But I have this no sweat token, and the simple Brian Robinson at plus 790, and for him to rush for 40 yards is, I think, the angle I might take here at the end of the day. That pays 13-1. If I take him to rush for 50 yards, which I think he can do too, and receive for 25, so that's 75 all-purpose yards. There's no sweat. $100 token can pay off $1,800. So I think I'm going to lean with the Robinson props over everybody in this game. I think his payoff fantastic. There's, let's see, Eckler 18.5 rushing, Jaden Daniels 55.5, Barkley's 122.5, which is down a couple of yards. It was 124.5, and Gainwell's interesting to me as well at 8.5. I would love to see points in this game. I don't know if we get it. I don't know if Jalen Hurts in the passing game can hold up. Hopefully he's healthy himself, which he may not be. Then we see Bryce Purdy in a NFC Championship game a couple years ago, hurt and leave the game early, which made that game one-sided. So you never know. And I'm going to take the underdog Commanders here. House money. Nothing left to lose, really. They are confident. They have a good running back themselves. I think they make enough plays in the passing game, and somehow they'll squeak this out. As much as this would be a defensive slugfest under game, like it should be for NFL football, I think it crawls to the over. I'll say a final score of something like Washington 27, Philadelphia 24. They'll get enough done here, the Commanders, in a good game to beat the Eagles. And Brian Robinson Jr. is going to have a fantastic day when it's all said and done. That is my thoughts on this. I'll get Dave's last, but since he's the Commander fan, for his official pick. But Anthony, what's your official pick in this game?
That. Obviously, I think everyone, especially down here, in the years that I've been living down here, I did not realize that Washington is actually the hometown team for the most part. For the most part, at least. You get some Panthers and Redskins, or you know what? That's it. They're not even the. You know what, Dave? Congrats. We old school people still say the Redskins. I still make the joke about the footballs. You, sir, now have a team called the Commanders. So congrats. Look what you did. Look what your team did. So congrats. I'm worried that the line did shift from -6 to -6 or to -6.5 for Philly, which means there's a lot of people who are betting Washington. And the biggest question is how healthy is Jalen Hurts? I don't know. He obviously recovered from that concussion. But what did he hurt last week against the Rams? Was it his ankle?
It was a knee.
The problem is Philly is probably the best team in the playoffs. And here's why. Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Saquon Barkley. You have the best running back in the league. You've arguably the best wide receiver right now in the playoffs. Arguably one of the better tight ends in the league in general. I'm concerned Steve, I know what you said about Washington, trying to, do the ground and pound. I'm going to say the opposite. I think if Washington wants to win this game, they need to do exactly what they did against Detroit. Punch them right in the damn mouth. Bulldoze them. Don't let Saquon Barkley get the ball. Don't run the clock.
Well, they kind of did with the running game, honestly. The running game opened that up because Robinson was getting 12 yards a chunk when he was carrying it last week anyway.
Well, but that was also indoors against Detroit. Is it Kingsbury who's their offensive coordinator?
Yeah, he's aggressive. Trust me, if they're going to want to score points, he's the right guy to want to do it.
Oh, absolutely.
I get it.
If they can't do it with Robinson, let Daniels cook. Just let him go. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying this is the Super Bowl. Obviously, the goal is to get to the Super Bowl, but you haven't gone here since what is it, 91?
Yep, 33 years.
Is it 33? Okay. So, would that be nice? Commanders Bills rematch. Is it a rematch? If it were to happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1991.
91. Is that the Jim Kelly days? Where the Bills
1992.
Super Bowl?
The January 92 is when it was. I was a freshman in college.
So, I probably shit my pants at the time because I was 8 months. But Dave, I don't think you were even relevation yet, weren't you?
I was born in 91, so it hasn't been since I was born since they've been here.
Dave came out of the womb when this happened.
Yeah.
So, look, I understand, Steve, like I said, what you're saying with Brian Robinson chucking it or whatever. I think they need to be aggressive, and they need to get out. Like even if like the coin toss, take the ball, bulldoze it, go up 7-0. Make Jalen Hurts beat you. Don't make Saquon Barkley beat you, because just like with the Rams game, even though Philly did everything they possibly could in that crazy snowstorm, they still found a way to let the Rams get back in the game. Don't even bother with that. Just get them.
Makes sense. Make Philly play from behind.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Make Jalen Hurts win. Don't, because if you're letting God damn it. This is where you can put the Kevin thing in right now.
It's slow to pipe up, but already hit the button. It takes 10 seconds to fire off. Which
Fucking damn it!
No, don't. You're fine.
God.
No.
Fucking damn it!
If you're Washington, you fire off right now. You go up 7-0. You make a defensive stop. You don't run the ball. You keep going. You keep going like you did against Detroit. Even if you're up 21-0, keep throwing it. Who cares? Well, don't throw it like crazy, but no, you make Jalen Hurts beat you in this game, which is why I like Saquon Barkley's receiving yards. I wish he had a 40-plus receiving prop. What's his 25 prop?
Plus 270.
Well, that'll be definitely under one of my best bets.
Yeah, I got him on a few already. For sure. It's amazing he pays like that. Hey, Robinson Jr. for 25 yards is ridiculously cheap. We'll get to these in a minute, Anthony, because you're opening a whole Pandora's box of Zacchaeus and Crowder stuff, and Robinson we can crawl into here in a second. Dave, your guys win this game?
Steve, I sure hope so. I've been nervous about it all week. It's hard to say. This is a divisional game.
Dave, I want you to guarantee victory on the air today.
Guaranteeing victory forcefully right now. Yep, we're going to come into Philly, and we're going to bend them over the knee, and that's just going to be it. That's how it's going to be.
Anthony, we've been waiting to unleash the inner Dave, angry Dave, and here we go. We finally get it out on championship weekend. Okay, other numbers here. Good point, Anthony. Why not come out and spread it 5 wide and get these guys reeling off the get-go? They might have 2 good cornerbacks, but do they have 4? Maybe McCaffrey gets involved, or again a Bates again on a day like this. Bates is an interesting angle to me at 22-1. I'm going to say that right now. So if we look at some receiver numbers, A.J. Brown, 67.5, McLaurin, 61.5, Devontae Smith, 48.5, Ertz, 33.5, Goddard, 48.5, Diami Brown, 39.5, Eckler, 25.5, Barkley's 12.5, Zacchaeus, 22.5, Crowder, 9.5, Robinson Jr., 5.5, Dotson, 4.5. Man, he burned me last week. I just needed them for 25. Never even came close to getting the ball last week. So my main question is this: if Washington is going to cook on offense here, why not why not 2 alternate numbers here on Crowder and Zacchaeus? Guys who are going to be falling down the chain of command here that'll probably find themselves a little bit more open than Scary Terry's always open. That's what's even against good defenses. Scary Terry's open, but Zacchaeus had a good game, right? And Crowder, didn't they both have good games?
Yeah,
against Philly last time out, right? So Zacchaeus at 50 yards is at plus 420. If you go ahead and add on to him, let's see here. Crowder, I thought I had an alternate number. I do. Crowder is plus 330 for 25 yards, plus 880 for 40. But without Barkley, okay, Zacchaeus 50, Crowder 25 is 17-1 odds. So if you have a $100 no sweat token, just those two pay $1,700. If you add Barkley to that, then now $100 on your no sweat token, 100 pays $6,700. Wow, these guys are tempting to throw on a ticket and pump their yards up even more. Let's see if we popcorn up Crowder and Zacchaeus. Take Zacchaeus for 60, Crowder for 40. 61-1 odds, boys. Zacchaeus 60 yards, Crowder for 40. Anthony, can I talk you into that?
I'm looking. Oh yeah, 100%. Want to hear an interesting fact about that Week 16 matchup with Washington and Philly? 33-36, Washington. By the way, take a guess of how many players from Philly caught a ball in that game.
4.
So you knew it was a trick question. Believe it or not, you were actually wrong. 3.
Yeah,
it wasn't many.
They don't throw it to Cal Contreras.
they don't throw it unless they really have to at all.
Yeah. And they don't throw it to Dotson, trust me.
Even if it's a single bet, just to make sure, just in case, just please. All it was A.J. Brown, Smith, and Kenneth Gainwell. No Barkley whatsoever, which is another reason I like the Barkley angle as well. You also look at the last time that they played. I mean, Zacharias and Crowder both scored twice. Now, it was the Zacharias show because he had 70 yards. Crowder only had 15. So temper expectations if you're going to take Crowder for yards. But, of course, if the number's right, then, of course, invest, to win something big. But I don't mind it. Of course, McLaurin had 60 for a score. He's going to be involved. I mean, he's their main guy. No, let's see. Ertz only, like I said earlier, Ertz only had 12 yards. But who cares? All bets are off. It's playoff time. Like I said, this is Washington Super Bowl.
All right. Let's see. What numbers, receiving numbers, pop off to you, Dave?
So receiving numbers, I like pretty much everything you said. I like the Robinson for 25. That's a good number. Let me get back to that one. I was building a little something that I fired in that I will share with you guys come that time. Receiving props, give me the Robinson 25. I think he's going to get a couple dump offs today. Look maybe for De'Ami Brown. He's kind of solidified himself as the number 2 receiver throughout these playoffs. Now you're going to have to climb into the 40, 50, 60 range to get some good ones there. But, Steve, I'm going to go ahead real quick because I know you're going to get to it. But I want to jump to it real quick. Last week we played it, and it was just a beautiful number. Austin Eckler, don't forget, that he's a running back. He can run the ball. 40-plus rushing yards is at plus 537 right now, and he got that last week.
Yeah.
He was just a little short, and it took I think it was a 15, maybe a 20-yard run, and then there you go. That's on the way to cashing a ticket. So don't forget about Eckler coming out of the backfield as well, and you can get some, marvelous numbers out of him. And, why not? It's Robinson and Eckler in the backfield. These guys do a pretty good job of the share back there. So, Steve, look at Eckler today as well.
Dave, I never even thought about looking at that because when I'm looking at the stats from, week 16, Eckler was out. And obviously I was passed out and half the time when Washington was playing. But that's a fantastic angle with Eckler and his rushing yards. Son of a gun.
Well, I'll tell you boys right now, if we go ahead and I'll go through all the other rushing numbers here too right now. But if we go ahead and take Eckler for 25 yards, Barkley 25 receiving, Zacchaeus 25 yards receiving, Crowder 25 yards receiving, and Brian Robinson Jr. 25 yards receiving. 5 guys for 25 yards. $10 wins $4,142.
Oh, if you're going to play that, send me a screenshot because I want in on that.
Let's see.
Can you say that? I want you to say that one more time for your fan base and for also me who is struggling to log in and also open up one of my eyes.
Yeah, and there is a no sweat free token, Dave, on the FanDuel, so check into that maybe as well.
Oh, okay, cool.
So $100 would win 41,000 on this if you wanted to do that no sweat style. How about that?
I like that. And you had the if they were ever involved with Washington ticket. I like that one. I'm going to go ahead and share this with you real quick, see what you guys think of this one. This is my Washington ticket today. It's just a little 3-legger. Eckler for 40 rushing, Robinson 25 receiving, and a Scary Terry touchdown will give you 70-1 odds on a 3-leg same-game parlay. So give that some consideration as well.
Repeat that.
I'm looking at Steve, I'm looking at your picture, and it looks like you're falling over as you're taking it.
Well, repeat that, Dave. I'm sorry.
Austin Eckler, 40+ rushing yards.
Yeah.
Brian Robinson, 25+ receiving yards, and a Scary Terry anytime touchdown.
What does that pay?
That is 70-1.
Oh, damn.
$10 for 700.
Wow. All right.
Just a 3-leg same game parlay.
Send that to the group.
Brian,
All right.
it's crazy that Brian Robinson is +7. He's almost 8-1 for 25 receiving yards. All it takes, look, I think I understand, Brian Robinson is the first down, second down guy. Eckler's the third down guy, but not really, because here's the thing. Eckler was all the guy, he was the old man show in the Chargers, right? It's not like he can't rush the ball. And Brian Robinson has been he's been proven to be a good receiver. I love this.
All right. I think this is where my no sweat 100. Usually I just like to do three things to win something big, but this would be a huge jackpot. So might as well fire, right? $100 would win 41,000 on this.
Wow. Just for that 3-leg parlay?
No, all 5 of these.
Oh, the 5. Okay. Well, love that.
Zacchaeus, Crowder, 25. Robinson, Barkley, 25, all receiving. Eckler, 25 rushing.
Oh, man, I like that.
I have a 50% profit boost, and I use your Eckler for 40 rushing yards, Brian for 25 receiving yards, and McLaurin to score. 20 with my profit boost pays out 4,700.
Oh, I love it. I went El Cheapo, just because I would have to deposit a little bit more. But for El Cheapo, it's still pretty good anyway. So I love that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you this right now, David, especially since you won last week. If I win this week, you're still buying a pizza on Super Bowl.
Oh, I'm on pizza duty again.
Yeah, you're on pizza duty. Yeah, you're going to be on pizza duty until at least mid-May.
Damn. All right. I can handle it.
All right. Passing numbers for this game. Actually, let's stick with the rushing since we're on there. 122.5 for Barkley, 55.5 for Daniels, Hurts 30.5. We talked about Robinson 38.5. Gainwell is 8.5. Dave talked about Eckler over 18.5. Anyone want to buy any of those other numbers? Gainwell 8.5 seems attractive to me.
It does.
If this is a blowout, sorry, Dave.
No, you're good.
Then Gainwell for 25 is going to be a big ticket to pay out.
Yeah, and he's averaging 16.5, so that's well over his baseline.
All right. Let's see. Passing prop wise. Hurts 193.5. Jaden Daniels 221.5. Passing yards 300 for Hurts is going to be enormous, plus 920. Daniels for 300 or more is plus 520. Hurts passing touchdowns 3 or more is 6-1. Jaden Daniels for 3 or more is plus 520. Daniels to throw an interception, yes, minus 125. Hurts is plus 130 to throw a pick. That's interesting. I kind of like that for a defensive number, to be honest. Anyone got anything they like there?
In the passing game, not so much. I don't think. They're going to try and run it. I just don't like the Jalen numbers.
Let the receiving numbers speak for themselves, so to speak.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right.
I mean, Daniels only got 258 against them in Week 16. The thing is with this team, which is why this team is so dynamic. It does remind me of Lamar Jackson in his rookie year, where he did a lot of running, but then he kind of learned how to throw the ball, but he still ran the ball and he threw the ball. I think that's going to be the dynamic. I think that's going to be the code for Washington to win this game, and for Daniels to orchestrate rushing and passing. I just don't see him getting. I don't see him getting 300 yards. I also don't see him getting 3 touchdown passes. I see him getting 2, and when we bet him for 3, we're gonna be pissed.
Yeah, that's well said,
because he's probably gonna rush it in for 1.
Yeah, that's well said.
Thank you. Thank God, I'm done talking.
I think you have to do something where you play Daniels for 3 and Josh Allen for 3. Passing.
I mean,
just to be
that
safe.
is interesting.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell everybody this right now. I'm putting $5 on every quarterback to throw 3 touchdowns today. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm going to go to at least put $5 that every single quarterback. I'm going to round robin it. It's going to be what, like a $9 round robin? I want to put $5 for every quarterback to throw for 3 touchdowns because guess what? What do we want? We want offense. We want excitement. We don't want really, I just don't really see it happening.
Right.
But it's still going to happen.
You got to play it regardless because you're priced in. The 3 touchdowns for Allen and Daniels pays 37-1 plus 37.44 for both of those guys to throw for 3. That's not the worst bet in the world.
That's not the worst thing ever at all. No.
Touchdown scores for this game with Washington. Barkley's minus 250, Hurts minus 130, A.J. Brown's plus 150, McLaurin plus 155, Robinson Jr. plus 185, Devontae Smith 2-1, Jaden Daniels plus 230, Ertz 3-1, Eckler plus 320, De'Ami Brown 350, Goddard plus 360, Zacchaeus plus 550, the Philly defense plus 550, Washington plus 750, Crowder is 9-1, Gainwell is 10-1, Dotson 11-1, McNichols 14-1, Calcaterra 15-1, Bates 21-1, Johnny Wilson 28-1, Paris Campbell 28-1, Smith 28-1, Aeneas Smith, whoever that is. Ben Sanat, is that his name? 39-1. Who's Colson Yankoff?
Yeah, there he is.
KJ Osborne, 39-1 for KJ Osborne. Wow. How about that?
Hey, Dave, like when you get lost and you're driving, you know where you're at, and about 3 miles down the road, you see like a sign, you're like, I think I know where I'm at. Then you keep driving aimlessly because you're too stupid to like turn around. That's what Steve's doing naming these next guys.
Well, I was going to mention him because he was available on my other book, but I figured you guys would boo me right out of the room.
Let's see.
No, KJ Osborne is, I feel like when I say the absolute shit creek of bets of players, Osborne, I feel like, let's make sure he's active, of course. I feel like Osborne is like the random dude. Like, we see 17 catch it. Oh, Terry, we see, let me just catch it. 14, great. Oh, it's 86. Robinson, say, blah, blah, blah. Well, when we see that, what is it? Diami Brown, he's what, 2? We know to look at those numbers. I don't even know what Osborne is. When we see like 84, we're like, who? And then they show the KJ Osborne with that mean mug, graphic that they always do on Fox. We're like, oh my God. The absolute shit bet of the week is KJ Osborne scoring. I'm putting 10 on it right now.
I'm going to put $2.50 to win 500 on Bates and Crowder. That's an interesting little combo to me. If Washington is going to score a bunch of times in this game.
I keep forgetting that. So they have, I forgot they still have Crowder.
Yeah.
Washington's got weapons.
Crowder's 9-1 for a touchdown.
And I think you should put a $5 on Colson Yankoff and Kari Blazen game today.
I might as well yodel my way into this bet. The way that sounded.
25 cents wins $169, Dave.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I'll do that for 25 cents.
Why not?
Yankoff and Blassen game. That's amazing. Who's our first touchdown scorer today?
I don't want to say an Eagle because it's going to be an Eagle somehow, but you know what? The hell with it. This is a Washington friendly show. Let's go with it. Let's go with the Commander.
Jamison Crowder's 47-1. Zacchaeus 30-1. Washington defense 36-1. Diami Brown 20-1. Eckler 18-1. Robinson Jr. 10-1. Daniels 13-1. Ertz 19-1. McLaurin 10-1. I mean, if you're reaching for a nice payout, Crowder 47-1.
Yeah, I like that.
I have no logic with this, but you want to reach out for Crowder, Olamides, because Olamides, he's notorious for scoring the first touchdown.
Zacchaeus is 30-1 is a nice payout for
absolutely
Zacchaeus.
That's a fantastic payout. It's funny because I like that so much. The only thing that I kind of fight myself over is, what if the Eagles struggle? And what if there's that random pick six where that for the bet that nobody has, except for us, with Washington's defense to score first?
Yep.
I'm gonna put 5 on it. I'm not gonna be actively rooting for it. I'm gonna at least have 5 just for my own fun. Olamides is my favorite play for Washington. For Philadelphia, Steve, in spite of you, I'm going to take Dotson.
50-1 for Dotson. All right.
I'm not taking. Look, you guys want to put $10 to win 80 with AJ Brown, or I'm not looking at this right now. I'm just making more tea. But you're looking at AJ Brown, Devonta Smith. What Saquon's probably see what's the odds for Barkley? What is he like 5-1?
The worst.
Yeah. Worse than that.
Yeah. Hurts is probably 7-1, if not worse.
Worse.
All of that. Really?
Plus 550 for the first touchdown.
Screw that. This show's about putting $10 not to win 50. This thing's about 10 to win 300. We go for 30 or over. And if you're not on board, just don't do it.
I have already round robined from earlier in the week. First touchdown, Crowder, Dotson, mixed with Knox and Noah Gray.
Say that one more time.
I round robin. I took one player from each team and did a parlay. So 4 different 2-game parlays with Crowder, Dawson, Knox, and Noah Gray, where the average payout is $650 if any combination of that hits. I think I'm going to take Zacchaeus here by himself is what I'm going to end up doing here. Maybe that's worth a no sweat token by itself. I think I'm going to go for that jackpot ticket, boys, to be honest. 2 touchdown scores. And then we'll get to this other game. Barkley 2-1, Hurts plus 490. AJ Brown 11-1, McLaurin 12-1, Robinson Jr. 15-1, Devontae Smith 16-1, Jaden Daniels 21-1, Eckler 29-1, Ertz 31-1, Goddard 39-1, Diami Brown 42-1, Philly defense 65-1. Zacchaeus 80-1, and the Washington defense 110-1. I think your best value is the Robinson Jr., to be honest. Just hand it off when you get close. 15-1. So that's me. 2-touchdown madness. Let's draw up a ticket for that, Dave. So give me a commander for 2 touchdowns for you.
Let's see here. We want madness, right? So
Yeah, you can pick whoever for this sake. It's not like the list is long.
right, it's not. You know what? Give me Scary Terry today.
Yeah, I don't have him anywhere, so I'm fine with that. Anthony, go ahead and give me an Eagle for touchdown madness.
I mean, if we're gonna go simple, and if we really want to be simple, it'll be Barkley, but he's probably like plus 195 or something like that.
Plus 2-1.
Yeah. So no. If what my game script believes is accurate, AJ Brown has been reading comic books all playoff. Let's get AJ Brown in there.
All right, AJ Brown 11-1, Terry McLaurin 12-1 for touchdown madness. Okay, and I'll throw in. I've got to throw in the long shot here. I'll throw Zacchaeus 80-1 here into this ticket. So we'll mix these 3 guys with 3 guys from the other game, and that'll be the madness ticket. Let's see here. And that game is Buffalo, Kansas City. 1.5, 48.5. So this line is stagnant. If this is the tail of the tape and a boxing match on HBO before the fight, you would put all the check boxes in the category of the Chiefs. The coach, the quarterback, the trenches, the defense, the kicker, assistant coaches, home field advantage, everything check boxes the Chiefs. In order to beat the Chiefs, you need to do a Legend of Zelda type of effort where you need to basically play this video game for years and years, like the Bills have done. You need to come up with the right formula. You need to face the dragon, lose to him a couple of times, and then by the time you get to see him the 4th or 5th or 6th or 7th time, you finally have enough with your Superman cape on to get the job done and take out the Kansas City Chiefs. And in order to win that game today, Buffalo indeed has to slay the dragon. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So the question you ask yourself, is Josh Allen able to put on a Superman cape and beat the Chiefs in Kansas City today? And the answer is yes, he can. I like the Bills against the Ravens last week. The Bills have been a complete fun team for me to bet on this year. They've done great for me. Big factors in me winning my Survivor when I had them over Jacksonville and everyone else in the world had Cincinnati over Washington, if you can remember that Monday night. The Chiefs have been, I call it smoke and mirrors. Other people call it playing good type football where you know how to win the game at the end of the game. You know how to win by a score. But I believe there is such a thing as living your life too close for comfort. Eventually, if you tread walk, let's see, walk the tightrope, tread that lightly, walk on the thin covered ice, eventually that's going to come back and bite you. You can't do anything too much without it coming back to get you at some point. You can't go undefeated in life like that. So at some point, the Chiefs do have to lose. And why not to Josh Allen today? So I will take the Bills in an upset. Can they win this game emphatically? Honestly, I think they can. Now, here it is. Everyone out there is going to shake their head. Can the Bills win this game by 14 points? I ask myself. Yeah, they can. Everyone who's laughing out there right now are the same people laughing when Washington beat Detroit by 14 points just last weekend. All right. So you catch my drift? Is it something that can actually happen still? Yes, it can. I think the sands of the hourglass are up here on the Chiefs. Their offensive line might be a little overrated. The right tackle, can they call this guy for a false start, please, a few times today? Maybe the refs know that they're under the utmost scrutiny. It's great that they've been getting called out like they have been. So any nonsense that any shenanigans they pull will get immediately frowned upon by the league, by the fans. We don't need the referees interfering in favor of the Chiefs today, throwing bull crap, roughing the passer penalties, et cetera, et cetera. I think the Bills have enough in the tank. And like Anthony said about Washington, this is how the Bills have to win. You leave no stone unturned in this effort to slay the dragon. You throw the ball all over the field. You use all these receivers that you have. They have as many receivers as anybody. They have 10 guys they can throw the ball to today who can score a touchdown through the air. The Chiefs have those guys too. So this could be a shootout for sure. I expect 48.5 to be a low number in this game. I think the Bills get into the 30s. Can Kansas City get into the 30s too would be my question. I think they get high 20s anyway. I wouldn't doubt this is 34-24 in favor of the Bills. I wouldn't doubt this is 38-31 in favor of the Bills. I get it. Two heavyweights could feel each other out. The worst game plan in the world this guy from Buffalo can do here is come out, and I'm talking about their coach, is come out and just try to run the ball like they did last week with James Cook and not be any kind of dynamic on offense. You will not beat the Chiefs that way. You need to leave no stone unturned here if you are Buffalo. So Sean McDermott, it is up to you and Joe Brady, which I think he's pretty offensive minded anyway, to come up with a good game plan where you're going to get this ball down the field and score a lot of points. So with all that being said, we have a ton of low-hanging fruit in this game. This is where this championship Sunday can be fun if both of these games do get over, because you're talking about alternate overs with some of these guys that are going to rock the Casbah, as the Clash said way back in the day. I mean, listen to these numbers for receiving yards. Juju Smith-Schuster, 5.5. Nowhere to be seen last week. Ty Johnson, just 8.5. How do you not love that over an alternate over? Mac Hollins, 12.5. Relatively quiet last week. But if the Bills are going to have success and win just like they have, he's very live now at 12.5 or more. Kareem Hunt, 6.5. He's not going to get a screen pass or two to get over that. Pacheco, 4.5. He's good for one catch. Can he get 5 yards out of it? James Cook, 14.5. Allen throws to him all the time. Curtis Samuel, 15.5. Disappearing. I can't say he was a disappearing act. He got some targets last week. So 15.5 seems light. 16.5, Anthony mentioned the Dawson Knox numbers last time they played, without the fact that they had Kincaid. DeAndre Hopkins, 21.5. Where has he been? Noah Gray, 17.5. Keon Coleman is down to 20.5. 20.5. Amari Cooper, 17.5. Dalton Kincaid, 31.5. Marquise Brown, 38.5. Shakir, 58.5. Worthy, 50.5. Kelsey, 67.5. I don't care what you do, boys. You got to take a bunch of $2.50 or $5 bets, and you got to take alt lines on all these guys with these low numbers. Just mix and match. Go for it. Who knows which ones will do what? But you can't tell me Samuels can't get 40 yards today at plus 520. Yeah. Mac Hollins can't get 25 yards at plus 235. He definitely can. Ty Johnson can't run down the sidelines 40 yards at plus 920. Oh, yeah, he can. All right. Noah Gray can't be the tight end featured. 3 passes up the middle for 15 yards a pop. Well, you're getting plus 470 once he gets past 40 yards. So you're getting a ton of good numbers. Again, if you're going to do Daniels for 3 touchdowns, take Josh Allen for 3 at plus 520. His baseline 231.5 for his passing yards. Mahomes 257.5. I think that number's too low for Allen. I think you can go above that if you want. 275 or more is plus 240. 300 or more is plus 410. Passing touchdowns. Mahomes for 3 plus 240. Allen for 3 plus 520 as mentioned. Allen for an interception, flat minus 102. Mahomes for an interception, minus 108. I don't really see either one having an interception. But I can see all these low-hanging receivers getting off here, boys. I don't know. Lots of points, lots of opportunity with the receivers. And I think Buffalo can win this game halfway convincing if they show up with their A-plus game. All right, Dave, what do you think about that?
Steve, I would have to agree with a lot of what you just said. I think you covered it pretty well. The formulas may be the same or very, very similar here with Buffalo and Washington trying to pull off the upsets. I love the Noah Gray angle today. He's averaging he's averaging right at 25 on the nose, 16.5 his baseline, as you mentioned. I have him paired in a ticket that I really, really like with the Washington game. It's a ticket that, pays relatively well. That should be very achievable. I think the Bills can get it done. I think it's going to be close as usual. The one problem that I have here, and it kind of goes, with any sport, but, football definitely is. It's really hard to beat the same team twice in this league. The Bills came out on top the first time. Does that mean the Chiefs are due? And is that going to be something that nobody wants, seeing them in the Super Bowl yet again? Sorry, Chiefs fans, we don't want you there. Let's go Buffalo. And I think you're right, Steve. I think the way to attack this is with these low hangers. Now, you mentioned it again. Who's going to get it done? I mean, there's just so many opportunities here. It's going to be what guys can you plug up in the right way to make these tickets get home, because somebody's not going to do it, and somebody's definitely going to get their yards. So it's going to be pairing it the right way, I think, in this game. But Steve, you're absolutely right. There are opportunities aplenty here, and I think it all starts again with Josh Allen, as you mentioned. He's going to have to be the guy, which he has been, but he's got some weapons that can help him along the way, Steve. So I think we see a really, really good game here.
Anthony, what do you got?
Just like I said with the Redskins or Commanders, my fault.
You can call them that, Ant. It's okay.
Thanks. This is their Super Bowl. Like I said, getting to the Super Bowl is more of an achievement. Then you get to finally play the game. You get to hang out for 2 weeks, blah, blah, blah. This is it. What did you say, Steve?
Slay the Dragon. Legend of Zelda style. It's like Legend of Zelda.
It's not just slaying the dragon. You got to slay a lot of dragons. You got to slay, honestly, the best quarterback right now of all time. Arguably the best coach of all time. Arguably, Steven. And unfortunately, all the crappy calls. But are the Bills better than that? Houston went into that game last week. They were just ready to whine. Do you remember all those post-game conferences? Oh, the ref screwed us. All this, pass interference. Oh, roughing the passer. Oh, Patrick Mahomes did this. Did you see how? I don't know if you guys watched this, but there was no hesitation the second they were asked a question. It's as if they were ready to use an excuse. Well, Buffalo can't do that. And Buffalo also knows that this is going to happen. They are going to get crappy calls. It just happens. It is what it is. And because of the narrative for the past week or so, we've all seen it on our Twitters and our, Snapchats and our Facebooks and our Instagrams, all that crap. Excuse me. Buffalo just needs to not just punch them in the mouth. They need to decapitate them instantly. So when you talk about that 14-point spread, I might go higher.
I like that.
All right.
Interesting. The Bills minus 14 at here you go. The Bills minus 12.5. Because we do that to save ourselves some heartache and pain when Tyler Batts clanks an extra point off the upright. So the Bills minus 12.5 is at 6-1 odds.
If the Bills are going to win, look, I want to tell you this right now. If the game's tied with 4 minutes left, Kansas City's going to win. But if Buffalo can be up by, 20 by then, I don't think they have a chance. We've seen this game played so many times. We saw the overtime rule. Was it 2020? Where Mahomes had 13 seconds left? One of the best AFC championships we've ever seen. Remember that, boys?
Oh, yeah.
What was the guy's name? Gabe Davis scored 4 touchdowns.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, the guy went to the he went to the Jags. It was pretty much irrelevant after that. But you know what Buffalo is capable of. And frankly, even without Stephon Diggs, this is one of the best Buffalo teams we've ever seen. Their defense may not be as good. You saw what they did against Baltimore, because I'll be honest, Buffalo should have lost that game because of Mark Andrews would have caught that ball.
Who knows?
I think
right?
Baltimore would have won that game.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what? I mean, get a bad one out of the way in advance. So that leaves room for an A effort today.
Exactly. That was a C kind of effort. They had an A+ effort in the first half, a B+ in the third quarter, and an F- in the fourth quarter.
Terrible play calling to me. But go ahead.
Terrible play calling. And I remember seeing Allen. This is, by the way, Steve, right when I woke up. I'm looking at Allen just putting his hands on his head going, what are you doing? I knew what he was thinking, and guess what? The rest of us are saying the same thing. What are you doing? Allen needs to put on the Superman cape. They don't only need to punch them in the mouth to get up 7-0. They need to get up. They need to get up like 21-0. Because, like I said, if this game is close, damn it. If this game is close, it's going to get ugly. And there's going to be, and the last thing anybody wants to see is that, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Mahomes is driving down the field. He throws the ball with 3rd and 10. Incomplete. Jim! Look at that flag. You know it's coming. Josh Allen needs to take care of business. It's his team. It's his team. Don't sugarcoat this. Destroy them. But Kansas City didn't look that good against Houston, did they?
Nope. No, they didn't.
Houston.
They're beatable.
Houston beat themselves. Kansas City got lucky. Unfortunately, Buffalo beat themselves as well. Even though they won, That's the only way Buffalo loses today is if they beat themselves.
So Anthony likes the upset too.
Yes, sir.
All right. Dave, you officially on board with the upset or no?
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Three people in studio calling for the upset. Del Grande will take the Chiefs. I think we all have the Commanders. Del Grande will take the Eagles. All right. Interesting. Rushing props, 49.5 for Allen. Mahomes, 22.5. Cook, 55.5. Pacheco's 30.5. Kareem Hunt, 34.5. Xavier Worthy, 3.5. Ray Davis, 9.5. Ty Johnson, 9.5. I went ahead and played Xavier Worthy to have the most rushing yards in this game at 90-1 odds. So I took that straight up. And I also parlayed that with a Devontae Smith 30-yard reception with the 90-1 being the leader rusher for Worthy. Only because I think it's equal carry share for the most part. And if Worthy can just break one, then he can outgain the other 4 or 5 candidates that are going to have 45, 50 yards most because of all the shares. All right, so that's the theory there. I think it's just worth a 90-1. Ray Davis is interesting at 55-1, to be honest, for the leading rusher of the game as well. Alternate rushing yards. I mean, Pacheco, for him to get 50 is plus 280. Not interested. Ray Davis, 25 yards is plus 410. How about that, boys? Can you see a ticket with Ray Davis and Gainwell on it together for their 25 yards?
Why not?
Ray Davis and Gainwell for 25 each together by themselves.
Just rushing?
Yeah, just rushing. That'll be a big payout.
Yeah.
Kareem Hunt needs 60 yards for plus 350, and not interested there. I think there's just a lot more passing in this game. Kansas City maybe finds themselves behind early, so to the air it goes with Mahomes. I think that makes these the running backs receiver numbers very live, though. Even the baseline for Pacheco and Hunt, just a meager, let's see, 6.5 for Hunt, 4.5 for Pacheco. That's just one screen pass each for them. And Ty Johnson. I mean, shoot, man, if you want to do a 3-game, maybe El Simpo, no sweat parlay for this. Ty Johnson, 8.5. Kareem Hunt, 6.5. Pacheco, 4.5. And then Worthy for 3.5 rushing. How about that? 10-1 odds. Maybe if you get a big hit in this first game, we can unload on that in the second game. That'd be a fun little bet to throw 1,000 on if you get a big bet. Touchdown scores. Let's go for this. Team points, which we didn't mention in the other game, but I think I'll mention them now. 23.5 for the Bills. I like that over. Kansas City, 25.5. I'd be more wary of that. Now, if you want Buffalo and you're afraid that they're going to cover the spread, but you think they have a good day, just take the Bills alternate team points. You get plus 285 at 30.5 or more. So getting to 31 points would be your magic number for a winner. Getting to 28 points gets you plus 172. In the Eagle and Commander game, the team points are Philly 26.5, Washington 20.5. The 20.5 is interesting for Washington. Minus 106. So maybe a parlay with Washington over 30.5 and the Bills over 30.5 will pay pretty decent. Let's see here. The spreads aside here, you'd be parlaying a plus 540 and a plus 285 together. So that's a nice little payout for $25 or so. Both of those teams to get to 31 points. So I think I'll end up playing that. Touchdown scores. Who do we have random in this game? We can bet on that we'll never see the sight of. Josh Allen minus 125, Kelsey plus 120, Cook plus 130, Kareem Hunt plus 155, Xavier Worthy plus 190, Pacheco plus 210, Shakir plus 260, Marquise Brown plus 280, DeAndre Hopkins plus 340, Kincaid plus 350, Coleman plus 470, Mahomes plus 490, Noah Gray 5-1, Cooper 6-1, Hollins plus 650, Buffalo defense plus 650, Ray Davis and Ty Johnson both 7-1. That's a good take the both of them together. I mean, why not? The Kansas City defense is 7-1. Knox plus 750. He's 34-1 for the first touchdown. Curtis Samuel plus 750. The real P. Ryan 8-1. Juju is 10-1. Justin Watson 12-1. Justin Ross 12-1. Nico Remigio 29-1. You feel like he's almost broken it a couple times the last couple of weeks as well. Peyton Hendershot 32-1. Quentin Morris 32-1. Reggie Gilliam 40-1. There's my man Carson Steele. You'll never see him 45-1. And the first touchdowns, I mean, they're all over the board here. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's finish touchdown madness, and then we'll go back to our first touchdown score matrix of players. With 2 touchdowns, Allen's 5-1, Kelsey plus 850, Cook plus 950, Kareem Hunt 12-1, Worthy 16-1, Pacheco 17-1, Shakir 24-1, Marquise Brown 29-1, Hopkins 34-1, Kincaid 39-1, Coleman 50-1, Mahomes 55-1, Noah Gray 55-1. A lot more 2 touchdown scores in this game. Cooper 80-1, Buffalo defense 90-1, Ray Davis 100-1, Dawson Knox 100-1, Kansas City defense 100-1, Mac Hollins 100-1, Ty Johnson 110-1, P. Ryan 130-1, Curtis Samuel 140-1. All right, boys.
Wait, stop real quick.
Yep.
You said Amari Cooper to score twice was what?
80-1. Is that your play?
Never mind.
Is that your player in madness? Give me a bill, Anthony. Go ahead and give me a Buffalo Bill.
Why do you think I made that evil 1960s cartoon villain laugh? Amari Cooper.
All right, so we'll throw Amari Cooper in with McLaurin, A.J. Brown, and Zacchaeus. Dave, give me a chief.
Give me Worthy.
16-1 for Worthy for 2 touchdowns. And I'll give you a bill. I'll give you Ty Johnson 110-1.
Dave, Amari Cooper was 100-1 last night when I sent it to you guys.
Oh, wow.
Okay, with this, we have 9 different 2-game parlays. So McLaurin, A.J. Brown, and Zacchaeus, Cooper, Worthy, and Ty Johnson. And if I put on, let's see, just $1.50 a leg, which is $13.50 total, we'll get paid out the average of $1,000 on who hits. Obviously, the favorites hit, it pays less. The underdog hits, it pays more. So let's bump that up to $2 a piece. Why not? $2 and $2.11 will do, which is $18.99 total. 9 different 2-game parlays. 15,438 is the total. So about $1,500 on the average, a little bit more, $1,600 on the average if we can get any 2 of these guys to get 2 touchdowns. All right, sound good, boys?
It sounds good.
All right, so let me go ahead and deposit and get this in, and then we'll get to our first 2 touchdown matrix here. Oh, the fun. The fun.
Gotta remember, Steven, gotta be happy with this. It's the last 2 games of the year.
Yeah, this is fun. We got to have fun with it. Our first touchdown scores of the first game were, who did we have?
Oh, it was
Jeff Crowder? No. Wait. Zacchaeus, or do we want to keep it simple?
Well, let's pick we'll each pick a player. So give me a commander, Dave.
all right. Commander for the first score. I'm sticking with my guns today. We need him to show up and show out, and he has all playoffs. Give me Scary Terry today.
All right, first touchdown, Scary Terry, which is 10-1. All right, Anthony, do you want to pick a commander or a eagle?
Well, I feel like I have to take an eagle.
I'll take the eagle if you don't. So you don't have to.
What's Devonta Smith?
10-1.
There you go.
All right, I'll go ahead and take. I'll throw Jahan Dotson 46-1 on there. Why not? And then in the Buffalo Chiefs game, your default with Dawson Knox, Anthony, correct?
I will always live and die with Dawson Knox, but if I'm gonna do a parlay, or God damn, this sucks. Son of a bitch. If I'm gonna no, that's the wrong thing to press.
The vodka kills it.
No, the vodka doesn't do anything. I haven't had it yet. I need whiskey. No, you're gonna be buying me Fireball at 7-Eleven, by the way.
There's whiskey on the counter. I got Jack Daniel's Fireball.
Oh, you're in luck.
Wait, you actually have whiskey?
Yep, I do. Christmas present.
What?
Yep, I got 3 bottles.
Jesus Christ, how many? Wait, 3 bottles?
3 little bottles, but yes.
Good. It's gonna be it, tea, whiskey, and naps. Xavier Worthy for the Chiefs.
All right, Worthy. All right, Dave. What you want, a Chief or you want a Bill?
For 2?
Yeah. No, for first touchdown.
Oh, for the first one, I'm going to take a Chief. Somebody who has great numbers in the passing game. I absolutely love. We haven't talked a whole lot about him today. Give me Samaje Perine 50-1.
All right, that's an interesting one for sure. And then I'll take a Bill, and I will take Dawson Knox. How about that? 34-1. So again, we have 9 different 2-game parlays. And let's see. $1 pays off an average of $200. So there you go. Easy enough, right?
I like it.
So, all right, we're locked into that. All right, boys. Any final words on this? I think we got our picks. We'll do all our picks here in a second. But any final words on this game?
I think it'll be a good one.
All right, let's cue up our 2 touchdown sounder. Give me your best 2 touchdown score from each game here in a second. If you're going to do one parlay, one guy of one game, one guy of the other game, what would it be? My main one.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2. plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a red bell.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number one, but don't step in number two.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like.
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, 2 touchdowns, 1 from each game from you, Dave.
All right, I'm going to go with the receivers today. Give me Xavier Worthy for 2 and my guy, Scary Terry, for 2.
All right, Worthy for 2 and Terry for 2. That payout is the payout for that is 220 to 1. So $2 went you $440.
That's worth the El Cheapo 250.
That is worth the El Cheapo 250. 250 wins 550. All right, Anthony, give me your 2 touchdown scores. 1 from each game.
I want you to punch this in, and I only want you to put $5 in because this is the bet I made last night that I sent to you boys.
All right.
Olamide Zacchaeus for 2.
All right.
And Amari Cooper. What is $5? What's the total payout?
Zacharias is a 65 to 1 now, so he is dropping tremendously since this program has aired. And Amari Cooper, 80 to 1, has dropped significantly as well. Let's see. $5 wins $26,000. $10 wins $53,000.
I made the bet for $5 last night. You said it was 20. It's 26 now.
Yes.
It was 33 last night.
I played it last night too when he sent it. Not just went ahead and refired. All right.
Well done.
Well, if you're going to ask me, I'm going to go plain Jane on you, I guess. I can give you one of each. I'm going to give you Josh Allen and Brian Robinson Jr. again for my 2 touchdown scores. That one pays out 95 to 1. All right, so I'm locked in on that one already. And then also, if I'm going to give you a long shot here, I mean, how about Ertz in the revenge game? 31 to 1 for Ertz. And let's just do the Ertz and Kincaid. Ertz and Kincaid, $5 wins $6,715 for 2 touchdowns for those guys. How about that?
I like it.
All right, so we are locked in on that. All right, best bets for you, Dave.
All right, my best bets today. We're going to go with this ticket. I absolutely love it, so hopefully that means it'll be good. We're going to go Terry McLaurin, anytime touchdown. Saquon Barkley, anytime touchdown. Austin Eckler for 40-plus receiving yards. Brian Robinson Jr., 40-plus rushing yards. And we're going to pair that. This is a same game plus parlay or whatever your book calls it. Last leg of that is going to be Noah Gray for 25-plus receiving yards.
All right, Anthony. Well, what else were you looking for today, bet-wise?
I sent you guys this bet last night. I said if it's Brown, it's a touchdown. Miami Brown, A.J. Brown, and Hollywood Brown. I put 25 on it. I don't know why I must have been drugged up when I submitted this one, but Hollywood Brown, A.J. Brown, De'Ami Brown, 25 pays $1,200.
All right, nice. I'm going to look at, let's see, the Bills in the upset. They can win by double digits at a nice odds payout. I'm going to look at the over in this game as well. I'll take a look at the Commanders to win on the money line. I'll take the slight over as well. I will look at all the Brian Robinson props, receiving and rushing. I will take a look at primarily, that's going to be my main one for that game. I like the Barkley receiving yards. We'll throw him on there as well. And then let's just mix in all the secondary guys for Washington. Zacchaeus, Ertz, Crowder, any way you can do them. Go ahead and adjust those numbers. And then in the Buffalo-Kansas City game, give me Josh Allen for at least a touchdown. Give me all the low-hanging receivers here. I mean, all of them I'm going to mess around with. Let's see. I'm talking about Ty Johnson with his low number, Mac Hollins, Curtis Samuel, Dawson Knox, Noah Gray for the Chiefs. Probably Pacheco and Hunt just on their basic number. Amari Cooper as well. You can throw on that list. I like the Eckler rush yards you said, Dave, too. We'll throw that on a play somewhere. I'll take both the quarterbacks, Daniels and Allen, to throw for 3 touchdowns at a nice number. And then I'll take both teams of Washington and the Bills to get 31 points or more at a nice payout parlayed together as well. I do have a ticket for both of these teams to go into overtime. You guys, can you see the double overtime?
Yeah.
Anthony? Yep.
Yeah. Damn it. Yes.
All right. Easy enough.
Typhoon Ant over there.
Yeah, as I'm dying over here.
All right.
To interrupt, Steven, we haven't spoken about Dave and his field goal kickers yet. And
oh yeah, this is the day too. That actually hit one of the playoff games, didn't it? Last week.
Could this be the day where each team scores a touchdown and a field goal in each half? And I just made the bet, and I put 20 on it because I kind of like it. $20 to win $4,600 for both teams to score 1 field goal and 1 touchdown in each half.
Oh, love that.
Is that I see each team, no, 2, that's not it. So each team.
Yeah. So Steve on FanDuel.
Yeah.
You go to game specials.
I see it.
You shouldn't have to scroll much.
The second line down, yep.
Yeah. Each team to score 1 touchdown and 1 field goal in each half. Both games. And I just put 20 on it. 20 pays $46.80.
All right, I'm in. I'm going to be in for $10 anyway. All right, I got the Bills and Chiefs. Now let me get Washington and Philadelphia game specials. And each team to get a touchdown field goal each half.
Dave, I hate being sick while Steve's rambling.
10 wins 2,300. Yeah, we've rambled enough, guys. We've rambled enough. Okay, I think that's all we got. Let's close her up. Any last words, boys?
Let's go Skins.
All right, we'll kill the pie tasters. It's been a long morning. Dave, good luck to your guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for everyone for tuning in. All season long. Wow. We get a 2-week break, then we come back for the Super Bowl. We'll come back 8 a.m. That's Super Bowl Sunday. And we will talk 4 hours about one football game.
We can do it.
For the man, nephew Dave, I am Stephen Murray. What the puck is going on tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Good luck in your games today, people.
I keep